Hey, YouTube, what is up? What is up? What is up? You got your buddy Gorilla Todd here. Just here to talk about some comics and give you a little preview of what I have coming up on the auction circuit this week. This week I'll be Wednesday and Friday on Meadows Minute Market, and then I will be on my own auction Saturday late afternoon, evening, depending on where you're at. East Coast, West Coast. Um, but always Tuesday. I always like to go through and just preview some of the books I've got and let people see what is available and what might be coming down the pipe. So it's always a good chance if you see something to let me know and we can work it out. Easy peasy. Let's see. We got Popeye in the house. What's up, Popeye? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. William Smallwood, always good to see you, my friend. Thank you for coming by. Thank you so much. Sasuke, my new friend, good to see you. Hope I did you solid with the name. It's a struggle to remember from one week to the next, but we do our best. Okay. So yeah, and one thing I see, I got like 7 people watching. Awesome, amazing. A couple of you chatted. Anybody who's bought stuff from me, I'm kind of going through this whole reorganization deal. Ooh, the name right. Good one, Sasuke. Hey, what's up, Southern Hero, Superior Hero Reviews? How are you? Good to see you in the chat. So yeah, I'm going through this like reorganization of the comics. So, to try and get you stuff and get the stuff I have for sale out there better. And I'm keeping track now of everybody that's a customer of mine and how many books you currently have with me, so that if you ask me, I'm going to have it in like a reference file. That I can just say like, okay, if whoever it is, customer Z or customer X or Y or whatever the case may be, you have 14 books as of such and such date. You want me to ship the 14? It's always more than Gemma. Do you want to fill up to 45? It's up to you. You tell me. I don't mind holding the books. I want to make sure the communication can be as effective as possible between me and you. So yeah, I'm taking steps to try and make that more efficient and more streamlined for everybody's benefit. Let's see, Sasuke. I should do a game stream. It's funny, I love video games. I love gaming. I played a lot of Dead Rising, a lot of Red Dead Redemption, a lot of the original Zelda. I play it on my little emulator. It's fun. Yeah, I think it's an idea. Maybe I'll think about it. I'll roll it around, see what I can do. How many do I have? Okay, I got the binder in the other room where I have the books and I'm working on it. So it's a work in progress. Popeye, but I did count yours. I want to say you were at like 30 something. If I'm remembering correctly, like 30 something. Because I think I remember thinking, hey, maybe you want some stuff tonight. I can put it together and that'll fill your box. I think. But don't know for sure. But I'll check. If anything, I'll check when I'm done, and I'll shoot you a message. What's up, C Squared? What's up, C Squared? How you doing? Let's see what you say here. I definitely watched that game. Yeah. I'm a pretty creative zombie slayer in Dead Rising. I played quite a bit. I think at one point I had over 800,000 zombies killed. It said I was like in the top 2.7% of zombie slayers. There's a free game. It's called Paladins. It's fun. Oh, I'll check it out. Is it where do you play it at? Is it online? I assume. Let me know, Sasuke. What's up? Okay, awesome, Popeye. Very cool. And Southern. Okay, so it's almost like it's therapeutic for me if that's not weird. But I got some cool books this week. My guy hooked me up with this is a 1 in 30 for the new Dynamite, the black and white Momoko Red Sonja. Okay, it's on Steam, Sasuke. So that was pretty cool. He was really cool. It's my buddy named John over at Todd Comics. That's one of my LCSs here in Vegas. Super cool dude. Hooked me up with that book. And I got my Usagi Yojimbo, which this is pretty much one of those books that's been on my read pile for the last, I don't know, 30 years or so. And then I got this Dynamite, another one of their ratios or something. I don't know. I'm not even sure. I gotta check. Another Peach Momoko. This one's colored a little differently. No blood. Yeah, I got two of these, so this must be the regular one. I got two of these, so this must be the regular one, and this must be the variant. What's nice in the back of the Dynamic, in the back of the Dynamite books, they have like they list all the covers. Damn, this one's pretty wicked. What's up, Spectre Comics? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, that was a nice cover. These are some pretty fire covers. This is I want to say this is Saddam, Arthur Saddam, but rest in peace, Verparella. Cursed in Life and the Hereafter. Yeah, you never know. People might show up. Here's the Perillo cover for Dynamite 1. Hey, it's up to you, Sasuke. It's really up to you. You never know. You never know if there's interest until you do it. You know, and it's all a matter of putting it out there. And if you put it out there, you see if people show up. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. It's you don't know unless you try. What do we got here? The regular Red Sonja #1. Man, they did a lot of covers for this series. I didn't go crazy. I just got a couple of each. And then I think this is the last cover for Dynamite 1 that I got. I feel like this is some kind of Batman homage, but I'm not sure. What's up, Joey Bags 21? Good to see you, my friend. Just as usual on Tuesday, doing my auction preview. If you see anything you like, let me know. I'd be glad to get you hooked up. Or maybe I got a couple more. Looks like I got the Virgin cover for that one. Pretty sweet. That's got to be some kind of Batman homage on Sunday. Oh, that's cool. Sundays when I usually do my prep for the next week for class, but I'll definitely check it out. Let me know. You know, hit me up on IG, Sasuke. If you're on IG, hit me up. What's up, Andre Benjamin Riley 3000? Good to see you in the chat. Well, this is pretty cool. This is a Perillo variant. This is the zombie Red Sonja, or the undead Red Sonja. Pretty cool cover. And then I got I guess this is the Bat one. I got this black and white in a Virgin. So And then, geez, I got a big stack of Vampirellas to tape. We got the regular cover here. This is one of the, I guess, I'm not sure what letter this is, but this is one of the regular covers for Vampirella. We got two of them. And then this is the, I think this is an FOC variant or something. That's a Peach Momoko Vampirella. Then this is, I think, the tinted Perillo variant. Happy birthday, Captain Comics. Thank you so much for extending it to me. I feel like I'm one of the group now. Good to see you, Captain Comics. What's up, mates and mermaids? That's cool. Okay, this cover is, man, I might keep this one. This is a pretty dope comic. It's pretty dark, but you can see Vampirella. That's a beautiful one. And then I got this. This is pretty dope. It looks like she's fighting a bunch of fishmen or something. Got two of these virgin covers somehow. I got lucky. Vampirella underwater fighting some mermen. And then, well, let me see something. They do so many variants. Oh, I see. Look at this. I got 3 variants of the same art. Okay, so this is the regular version, the regular colored art on this cover. What's up, G-Rip? How you doing, man? My good friend G-Rip. It's always great to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Just showing some new books I got and stuff that'll be available or is available. You let me know. But basically previewing stuff for the auctions. Vampirella 14, that's the regular cover. And then we got like that tint, the red kind of colored version. And then we have the monochromatic version. And this is another one of the regular covers for Vampirella. This is, I guess, business Vampirella in her business suit. And this is another cover, regular cover that I really liked. This is the Faye Dalton cover. And I'm not sure. I don't know how I feel about this one. Cool, I guess. Kind of a cool worm's eye angle. That's in the background. Then we got the cosplay cover. Couple of those. Then this is that one, the close-up with the trade dress. Which you gotta tell me, Captain Comics, which one you're talking about, because I'm going pretty quick. By the time the chat pops up, I'm already probably a couple books past. But if there's any of the Vampirella ratios or the variants you're interested in, let me know which ones, and I can get you some prices. I don't think any of these are too expensive, to be honest. I mean, regular issues are cover price. Some of the ratios are a little more. But generally, I'll sell like any regular covers at cover price on my Tuesday preview. You know, regular covers pretty much cover price. The ratios, a few bucks more, depends on what they are, what the market is. You know, I mean, I'll always try my best to take care of my people. So I got the second print of Web of Venom Wraith. I still have plenty of copies of #1 first print, so I don't know. I thought it was a cool cover, so I ordered a couple. But I didn't go very heavy just because I have so many of the first prints. It's not like it's his first appearance or anything. Just a cool, relatively cool cover. Then I just grabbed one copy of Rorschach just to read. Then we got Strange Academy 2 fourth printing. Now this is the students. They did the faculty on the previous printing. So now we've got the students. What's up? What is up, William Snyder, my buddy? Dusty Attic Comics. You guys got to check my buddy out on the Instagram. Sells some awesome books, gives great deals. Another one of my buddies who's a dealer, a comic book dealer. Check him out on Instagram. It's Dusty Comics, Dusty Attic Comics. Dude, if you want to drop your a link to your IG in the chat, man, feel free, William, man. Will you do that? Feel free, man. I'm fine with that. Let's see. Then we got a new set of Thor reprints. We're getting a little intense. What's going on here? We got Cosmic Ghost Rider, Silver Surfer, The Warriors 3, Frankie Ray, all his friends. This is newest printing, the fourth printing of #1 for Thor. So I think at this point I can probably do sets of probably 1 through 8, you know, with whatever the current available printings are. If anybody needs a Thor set. Some of those first prints are getting tough and expensive. And this is Thor 3, the 5th printing. It looks like Milner's getting a little bit of an infection. Yeah, no problem. It's the chat lag, Popeye. Do you want the Thor 1, the 3? I've shown 2 Thors so far. I don't know which Thor you mean. You might mean all the Thors. So you know the drill. These are cover price. So I got Popeye Thor 3. Hey Richard, owner of Zooey Noodles. Good to see you. Thank you for hanging out and chatting. So I got Thor 3, Popeye. Let me know both. Okay. That works. Okay, Popeye said I got Thor 1 and Thor 3 for you, Popeye. One is 5 and 3 is 4. One is a $4.99 cover price, so it's 4 plus 5 is 9. There. Okay. Put these right here. Cool. And then I got a Thor 4 new printing for Thor 4. This is the last, I think this is the last Thor book. This is a 4th printing for number 4. Loki on the cover holding Thor's hammer. I don't know how I feel about that. If Loki can pick it up, what's going on? Let me know if you want the number 4 also, Popeye. Yeah, okay. I gotcha. I pretty much, that one's 4, so what did I say, 9 plus 4, 13? And if you want, we can just keep a running tally, and at the end, well, you can pay me once, if that's easy. Hey, Cat 60, what is going on, man? What's going on, my brother? Good to see you. And then got some of my DCs that I read. Got my detectives. I don't know why I always get an A and a B. And I gotta always get at least one copy of Wonder Woman. I have some of the Lara first prints if anybody's looking for those. You know, what is this? Batman's Grave, number 11 of 12. 11 of 12. It's almost time for me to try and put the series together. Okay. Let's see. Now we're getting into the first timeless book for this week, which is Phoenix. I believe this is cool. Yep, you know it, man. You know it. So that's Dark Phoenix, or Phoenix, not Dark Phoenix. The book is Hellions number 5. Where did it stick to? Hellions number 5. Yeah, Joey Bags. I love the Wonder Woman B covers are pretty awesome. When they have and sometimes the artists really go above and beyond in those Wonder Woman B covers. So that's that. Yep. You know what? I knew there was a reason why I ordered this particular comic. And it is, of course, a beautiful Arthur Adams cover, who draws about as cool a Spider-Man as anybody. Man. Arthur Adams is definitely one of my probably top 3 or 4 or 5 artists I've just been a fan of for a long time. I got a couple extra copies just because I figure as much as I love Art Adams, some other people must too. So I have some of these available. And it's just trying to get these ready for the auctions, trying to get prepped. Got some cool Spidey books. Yeah, this is a great cover. Definitely Side Street Anthony Comics. Yes, he squared. I grabbed 5 of these, so if you want one, it's all yours. I converted you. Good man. It's what is it? It's a $5.99 cover, so we'll call it $6. Okay. That's just the cover. I'm not charging you $6 for a $4 book. I don't know. Sold stuff. Oh, okay. They're right here. Cool. No, seriously, it is. Look, man, I got to get it to focus. I know you're joking, but I just want you to be able to see. God, they make it so freaking small. Yeah, it's just not gonna focus that close. But I'll send you a picture. I know. Like I said, I know you're kidding. Ain't no thing but a jelly bean. And then we got I don't know how I feel about this one. It looks awesome, but it's very dark. A lot of shadow. Like maybe a little less shadow and a spider on the chest would have. I don't know. Beautifully painted, but very dark. So this would be the other cover of the Spider-Man I got. I think that is all I got for Spider-Man. They come out with so many covers. I stick to the stuff I like, and hopefully others like it too. Got a few timeless books this week. Got the Black Panther. See, this one I did because obviously the shadows work. Yeah, definitely Alex Ross. Yeah, I was looking at that one, Popeye. I was looking at that one at the shop. I was just like, I've already got 5 and 5. I don't really like. I wasn't gonna buy it from my own PC, so I kind of go with the philosophy. If I don't want one in my PC, like I don't think a book is cool enough that I just put it in my PC, but, based on the cover, because I already have another cover. I'm not like I've never been one of those people who's like I gotta have every cover, because you quickly will realize that may be impossible. And then we got the Falcon. Pretty again, it's Alex Ross is Alex Ross, man, and some people are critical. I like him. So I've noticed these timeless books have a much darker tone than like depth of shadow compared to what they usually have. So and then we got Colossus. Which this is New Mutants. Oh, because I got another New Mutants cover that's kind of apropos or fits this. You got Colossus, the big brother. And then you got Ileana, the little sister. Magic. Oh, I didn't. Spider-Man 50 with Silk on it was different, and I like that a lot too. Yeah, I'm telling you, I did notice the cover. I thought it was pretty cool. You know, I just didn't grab it because, hey, you can't grab everything. Okay. Yeah, New Mutant Peach covers. It's pretty awesome. Let me show that one again. I don't love everything Peach does, but I like that one. But I like the character too, so I may be biased. Then I got some stuff that I was just organizing, and I don't know, maybe I've shown this before, but I figured I'm going on with the preview. I might as well, show some stuff and just let people know it's available. Some stuff that might come up that'll probably come up for auction over the next couple shows. I found an extra copy of the Batman Adventures 2. This might have, I don't know if this is still as hot as it was, but first appearance of Sonny, Deathstroke's kid. So that's a cool book. I found another copy of the second printing of Bounty Hunters #1, cool Boba Fett cover. Was it? I don't know. I thought it was Magic. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just seeing blonde and assuming. I might be wrong. What's up, K Titus? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. 22 away from 500. Awesome. I'm like 30 something, I think, away from 500. So we'll probably be hitting it very close. Yep, definitely. And I came across a second print of Thor 5. Like I said, I've had these books before, but I thought some of them would be worthwhile. I was psyched when I found these. 2 of the second print Venom 25s. These books are pretty solid books. It was nice to find these in the box. I got some of the variants for Horizon Zero Dawn. The Virgins there. We got the Jay Lee. Where's this Alex Ross? Well, we got this one. And we got this. I think that's a beautiful cover right there. And then I got a Spider-Woman one. Cool book. And then I know this book is really hot right now. First print. Strange Academy #2. Came across another one of these. So I'm going to have that for sale. Might have that available. Ice Cream Man 20. First prints I got this Cherry Pop-Tart, Peach Momoko variant for a reprint of number 1. That's a pretty awesome book. I'll probably hang on to that one because I think that's my last one. Got one of these Venom 25 Virgins with the wraparound cover. Beautiful art by Ryan Stegman. Love his stuff. I got 2 copies of the Venom Manual available, signed by Clayton Crane. He was at an LCS, one of my local shops. What's up, Spooky? I mean, the last set I sold on the auction for the first, second, and third print of 20 went for $27. So if you want all 3 printings, I'll do it for the same price. You know, that book seems to only be gaining steam. But, you know, I'll hook you up for what I sold it for the last time I put it for auction, which was 27. So that was 3 books, 27 first for number 21st, second, and third print. So all 3 of the Seuss covers. What's up, Spooky? What's up, Telekinetic Age? Good to see you, my friend. For UC Square, just hit me up on IG, and I'll shoot you a price, man. If you want it, I'll work something out with you. What's up, HGM? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in and checking it out. Checking out the auction preview. Yeah, my HGM, you know, you're always welcome on my Saturday auction. I love it. I loved having you last Saturday. We had a good time. I hope you'll be back this Saturday. You know, I just want to make it clear you have the invitation. So I got those Venoms. I got these Horizon Zero Dawn. I got the Momoko Virgin and the regular Momoko cover. This is just a cool book. I'm probably not selling this one. This is Martian Manhunter. That's the Neil Adams cover with the Batman 252, the first Ra's al Ghul. Issue. Yep. Yeah, I was kind of surprised nobody hit me up for coming on tonight with me. I mean, I asked a few people, but you know, people are busy and yeah, you know, it is what it is. You're welcome. You're welcome, my good man. No problem. She already responded to you. So, yeah, we had a good time. We definitely had a good time on the auction. We definitely had a good time. I got some Star Wars books. I got this one, which I think is pretty hot right now. This is 304 from episode 1, The Phantom Menace with the Dark Maul. I'll shoot you the link if you want to come on. I just didn't talk. I didn't talk to you. That's why I didn't really ask anybody like outside of who I talked to. Sorry, HM. If you want, man, I'll shoot you the link right now. I know, you know, I didn't know you'd be around tonight. But maybe, just maybe, if we really hope, we'll get a little HGM action before I sign off for the night. Yeah, I just sent you the link on IG, my friend. Yeah, man, it's so I got that the mall the Darth Maul cover. Then I just got some regular, more common issues. Jabba, Poe Dameron, some previews, some Star Wars, some Chewbacca. So I got those odds and ends. And then I got 1 through 8 of classic Star Wars. I got all 8 issues here. I think this stuff is the reprints. Yeah, I mean, I was going to auction it, but I'll sell it to you, G-Rip, man. I'll give you a good price. You want the G-Rip special price? I don't know, 20 bucks? Is 20 bucks fair? Is that like, I want it to be a good, it looks like a real clean copy. Let me look good. A little bit of dirt or ink right here by the barcode like there often is. No, I don't have any Kanan 6. Well, I'll tell you what. You want me to do a little mini auction right now? I'll start it at 20. And if you want it for 20 and nobody else bids, we got 17 people. I'll take a shot, okay? If I get 2 yeses, I'll do that. Smokey asked why not do a caution. So I think he means auction, yeah. I can do that. Here we go. What's up, HGM?
Hey, how you doing, Todd?
I'm good. It's good to see you, my friend.
As always. I was just around YouTube, and I knew you had your thing coming on free, so stopped off.
So good.
Hey, so you're gonna auction that one off?
I don't know. I mean, G-Rip, if you want it, take it for 20 bucks, man. You take good care of me. I want to take care of you. How much more could it be? I'm not worried about it. I guess Papa Wheelie's saying start an auction, so okay, start in line 20. I don't know, man. Whatever you guys want to do. I'll follow your lead. So if I start seeing bids coming in, it'll be an auction.
Well, a little quick pop-up auction right on a Tuesday night.
So G-Rip's in for $20. You're funny, C squared. What's up, Emmy Comics? A little auction for this book right here. Star Wars Episode 1, Issue 3. With a cool Darth Maul cover. I don't think it's a 9.8 contender, but it's a high-grade book. It's probably like a 9.4, somewhere in that ballpark. Looks like you got it for 20 bucks, G-Rip.
All right, G-Rip, got his 20. Got his 20 on there.
I don't really have a problem selling it to you for 20 for G-Rip. So if nobody else bids, it's yours. And then I got some old Jimmy Olsen's, just some cool old books. Nothing, not super expensive, but still cool.
All good golden age stuff.
Not quite golden, more like silver, bronze.
Silver age, yeah. 12 cents.
Yeah.
12 cents.
Then even some copper.
Okay.
Dollar, giant size, just cool stuff from different,
Yeah. Gotta change it up every once in a while.
I try to mix it up. I don't like just bring, I do the new books, obviously.
Yeah.
But I try to, as you know, I try to bring a little bit of a variety.
But some of us old folks would like some of the older stuff that wasn't around when it was back then.
No, for sure. Hey, I love that stuff. G-Rip, dude, I'm just gonna put 20 bucks in your name on this, and it's yours, man. I don't care if it's a few bucks more.
Yeah, well, you stayed in comics a lot more than I did, so I left out for a good while and then came back. So all the independents kind of left me behind. So I don't get the ice cream man and someone's killing the children and all that stuff. But I just like, well, if I come across it and can get it, I get it. If not, I don't go out of my way.
Yeah, I mean, like I when I was a kid in the mid '80s, I started collecting around '83. Seriously collecting. Like when I say seriously collecting, I mean I was putting books in bags and boards and actually caring about the condition and whatnot.
Yeah.
Not very sophisticated. I was 8 years old, but that was what I could muster up.
Sure.
And so that summer of like, I want to say the summer of like '86, it was like the summer of, for me, like Dark Knight Returns, Watchmen, Lone Wolf and Cub,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of independent books. The Ninja Turtles were a little bit earlier, but they were still, doing great then. And so I have a soft spot in my heart for a certain like era of independence. Like I love the all the stuff that came out in like the '80s from Comico, like Elementals and Justice Machine.
I remember seeing them. Yeah, I remember seeing them.
Yeah, like I used to love those books when I was a kid. So I mean, those are books I find in dollar bins, and I just collect them because they give me enjoyment, and I enjoy it.
No, because in '86 I was 23, so little different from, and I was just simply DC and Marvel. That's all I really did. I mean, when it was always funny because I tell this story every once in a while. My LCS at the time, still around now. He would call me up because I had a good relationship with him, and he's like Harold, I got this book that you might be interested in. And at the time, the books were like 60, 70 cents an issue. And he said, I got this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1 third print. And I was like, turtles? What are you turtles? He said, these little turtles that, get some radioactive acid and become superheroes. It's like, who in the world wants to read about some turtles? Are you kidding me? Some turtles? Man, I ain't gonna get no turtles. You know what's one of the turtles? He said, well, I got the first issue, third print, $80. $80 for a turtle book? Now again, at that time, if you do the math, it's like $400 now.
Yeah.
And I was like, seriously? So yeah, because all the books he gave me at that time, they're really big, were $80. Like he gave me a Hulk 181, $80 at the time, and so, but that was missing the stamp. But that one he said was $80. I said, you know what? Because it's such an expensive book, I will get that book. I won't read it, won't ever get into it, but I'll get that book because it was like them Transformers, G.I. Joe, all those stories, like Thundercats, Planet, whatever, Voltron, and all those Power Rangers, stuff like that.
Well, Power Rangers, I think, is a little later. I think.
Well, it all kind of mixed in that. It's called my post college collecting time. Between post college and the birth of my daughter is all like one period. That's when I did most of my collecting because that's when I went from 2 long boxes to 18. Okay. I would just buy. And it was just mostly DC and Marvel. Because all the independents were coming out, but I was just like, I'm spending, at the time I was spending $40 a week. And that's when comics were $1 an issue. So you can translate that to 40 issues now per week now. That's a ton of money. And so I bought a ton of stuff and read it. Same thing like you did, bagged and boarded everything. Actually didn't board everything, bagged everything, boarded the important stuff. So put them all in long boxes, kept them. And then at some point in time, you got to the point when, wife goes, "Hey, we're pregnant. Let's get no more booksies." I was like, "Okay, well, and then no more booksies. They go, and on we go." But I never, and every once in a while, I dip back in, but to see how the independents kept blowing up, and I just said, I just can't get. I don't do anti-heroes, so I never buy them, never care about them. Um, and all the independent stuff, I just couldn't get into it. I mean, it's good that they're. I mean, it's a huge market now. So coming back in this past 6 months, it's just grown tremendously. Now I've got a really good LCS down here that carries all that stuff, but like I'll go in tomorrow, I'll look for my 4 or 5 titles, and I'll be done. I'll be done because there's so much up there, so much with variants and all these print runs and printings and
I'll even something you said about the money and the what it be worth today. I don't even think that's really even accurate. It doesn't even really reflect how expensive the books have gotten. Because I think inflation is just they've inflated the prices so much in terms of what it costs for a single issue versus I don't know. It just
yeah. I mean, you spend $7 on an issue on some of these things now, and
there's so many coming out. I think. What did my buddy, when I was at the shop today, he told me there's a Spider-Man book coming out the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, to me, what's really like, I get it. You're in business to make money. The more books you sell, the more money you make. But is that like, is there really a need? Do people really want that much, 4 issues of Spider-Man in 4 weeks or whatever it is?
You got to understand. You got to understand. If you're the publisher, you make no money on the secondary market. That it just bypasses you. They have to make their money on the first one. That is why reprints became so big, because in the 80s, the Silver Age wasn't available to me at the time. I couldn't buy a Silver Age book. I had no idea. So the only way I could do it is and they didn't have a lot of conventions. You didn't have any stores that carried these things. They just didn't exist. So what happened was, we got into the X-Men. So then the next thing you know, X-Men became popular again with the reboot and all that stuff. So by the time I got into it, which was I baby boomer, I'm the end of the baby boomer. When my generation started getting more into comics, the Marvels got to look and go, okay, well, they're looking at a Hulk 181 and these old Spider-Man and all these X-Men and these things. They're looking to be able to get to they have to buy these books on the aftermarket somewhere and spend 10, 15, 20 bucks for them. Okay. Was no internet, none of that stuff. And they're saying, but these people want these books. So they're writing us for these books. So let's now reprint them. Tales to Astonish, Marvel Comics Presents, Classic X-Men, all of those. Let's reprint them, the old stories, give them to them again. So then now we can now capture some of that market and take it away. And just like Classic X-Men #1 came out, reprinting X-Men again. And I just was like, I'd ask my LCS, why are they doing this? Because they're saying, well, we're trying to give you a way to get these books. You will see every 5-10 years, there's some reboot that the publisher will put out to allow them to capture the first 3 market. Nowadays, it is you've got the reprints, second, third, fourth prints. You've got all the variable covers because they know. Most of the time, you're reading one book and the rest you're buying and just keeping the covers because you're flipping them. So they're like, well, how do we get that money? How do we make that money? Give some good art design on a new cover, put it out, and do some more printing. That way, we can still get more of this money in. And instead of now, because one of the things they did do was Spider-Man and all those, they would start doing twice a month. They were doing twice. There was one point in time in the 90s. That's what the real problem was. I'd have like 6 Avengers titles in a month that I had to get because I was a big Avengers fan, and I was like, "That's insane."
Well, and then here would be my I guess my response is like, I totally get that, and as a business, they want to make money, and they have every right to do it how they see fit. It just, I guess the comic purist in me would ask, but why can't they try to capitalize on their characters by just telling the best stories possible and putting their effort into storytelling and the quality of the product, which would undoubtedly sell them more books. You know, they would sell more books. And when they get a writer or an artist that captures the imagination of the fans, they sell, the books sell. And I see this trend of artists not being on books for very long. You know, nowadays a long run is 6 issues.
Right.
Writers generally not staying on books very long. And it's almost as though the comic companies don't do they're okay to make the quick cheap buck, but they don't want to put the hard work in to really create a line-wide quality product. Because the worst experience I think you can have as a new or old comic collector or reader is looking at an awesome cover and opening the book up and being like, there's such a disconnect between the cover and what's in the book on like every level that it turns me completely off. It's like, why would you give me this beautiful cover and then I open it up to this ugly inside? And
because so many people do not read the books. I mean, when you and I started out, okay, every book we got, we read. Okay? Didn't care about the condition, didn't care about how great it was. I would ride to a 7-Eleven, $2 in my pocket. I could get 8 comic books. Okay? Ride to the 7-Eleven, get those 8 comic books, roll them up, put them in my pocket, ride home, and read the rest of the week. And when I was done, I threw them in a toy chest. That was dry stuff. But there's no bags, no boards, nothing like that. But I read the book. I read the books and I read the story. Didn't care who was the. I knew Kirby's art because Kirby had his own distinct art. But I knew Neil Adams' art because I was a huge Neil Adams Batman fan. But I read every book. If I liked the title, I read the book. Didn't matter. We've gotten away from that. I mean, you look at the chat. Most people do not read these books.
Right. And I'm not under the illusion that they do.
And so what if you're a publisher, you got to go, well, I got to pay the bills. I still got to, make money for my stockholders. Yeah, I'd love to have a great art. And if I get a great writer like Cates or who's hot or whoever the hot writers are, fine. Give them the thing, let them run. That's how McFarlane got his thing. That's how Jim Lee got his thing. If you're designated as a hot writer or artist, yeah, I'm gonna give you a line and let you go. But I still got to fill all these other little lines up. I still got to put product out on the street so I can get more people to buy my books because I'm competing.
Right, and I hear you, and I'm not saying don't have the beautiful cover. I'm just saying, where's the commitment to quality on the inside? Because I remember when I was a kid, okay, and this is probably around this is like the mid '80s,
right?
College. There was such a vast sea of creativity in comics.
Mm-hmm.
You had a guy like Art Adams who was working and starting out his career, who had one style. You had Bill Sienkiewicz, completely, totally other end of the spectrum. You had a guy like Walt Simonson doing his style. John Byrne.
Yep.
Neil Adams was doing his stuff through continuity at the time. So many more artists. Just this, that the guys like Rick Leonardi. I could name on, but there were so many different styles and so many different creative types. Like
Sure.
One of my most exciting things was, I was always attracted to the art first, but I love to read too, but the art hit me first. Was when a new artist came on a title, just to see their interpretation, their style of drawing, whatever, whether it was Fantastic Four or X-Men or whatever, just to see their take. Yeah, Barry Windsor Smith, love Barry Windsor Smith on Conan, on all the Valiant stuff. I have a bunch of his hardcovers.
Yeah.
I mean, I have some of the Conan treasuries, because what's better than Conan in comic book size, Conan treasury size?
Right.
It's no doubt. I mean, there's that list is not exclusive or inclusive of all. It's just.
But look, when you go back and look through the comics, especially the 70s, the 60s and 70s, there you had the artists work the entire book, interior and exterior. They did the whole thing. That took time. The amount of detail that they put in, that you saw on the cover, especially Fantastic Four, Avengers, all those Silver Age books, you saw that kind of detail on the interior and the exterior. That's why you became to love those artists and you love those stories, because they worked the entire book. Towards the end of the 80s, that's when it started changing. That's when they had interior artists and they had the covers. And so then, and I noticed, and I'll be like, well, I'm reading I'm looking at the cover. The cover has a lot of detail, a lot of shadow, a lot of lovely fine artwork, but the interior is just absolutely bland and just sucked. And the same with the story. And you're just going, why are they doing this? And he says, well, because and my LCS says, well, they're doing this because they got to crank out the stuff, so they don't have the time to give an artist 3-4 weeks to do one issue. They have they give the main artist the cover, and then they give some interior artists the other stuff, and just tell them don't do detail, just shade it in, and just shove it through. So the attention to quality went down because they just said they just want to crank it out. That's what they're doing, crank it out, and that is where the disconnect with the covers came in. Because, like I said, if you look at the covers now, especially Silver Age, while we sit there and go, the covers are really nice, they're really bold, vibrant, and everything. And now the covers now are decently. The covers then were more to attract a child or someone looking at it on a newsstand and going, I want to see why Morbius is attacking Spider-Man and Spider-Man has 6 arms. I have no idea that's inside, but that's what I want to see. I want to find out why that happens. That's why most of the covers from the 60s and 70s have action shots about the story that's inside, because they've got to catch that imagination.
Well, now
here,
what we get now as a cover is what was a pinup in the back of Marvel Fanfare.
Yeah,
the pinups have become the covers.
Yeah,
and a pinup's great. I love a pinup, but it doesn't really, to me, it doesn't serve the function of a cover. Like, say, a book like Defenders 10, where Thor's battling and, it's just an awesome fight, an awesome battle. Or like a Spidey 119 where Hulk and Spidey are just going at it. I love those battle covers. I love that shot of the two main.
Yeah, and two main characters going at it. Getting ready to go at it. Yeah, I mean it's an evolution that has changed because of the collector that we are. I mean, there was a time I worried that digital would take over paper. Thankfully, it hasn't happened. Mostly because they just, people. I think most of the readers want a larger screen to see everything more now. So that was one of the biggest. That was the biggest worry I had before. But it was funny because I was listening to someone who had asked. Someone in the chat had said, "What's the biggest difference between when I started collecting and now?" And I said the biggest difference is grading. Grading rules.
Yeah,
Grading rules this industry. And what got me was that because you and I remember when grading wasn't around.
Well, it was grades, but it was a lot more.
It was Overstreet. It was Overstreet.
Yeah, it was much more general.
You and me sitting at a table looking at a book going, Overstreet has this as, if it's in good condition, it's going to be worth this. If it's fine, it's worth this. If it's excellent, it's worth this. And we would sit there and discuss what we thought was great, fine, and excellent. And we would come to some agreement because, if you were selling, I'd like $25 for the book. I'm like, well, I only got 15. He says, well, okay, fine, I can give you, I'll do it for 20. And then, I'd buy the book. Grading is now taken over where all people care about, especially if you put something for auction, is, okay, what's it going to grade at? What's it going to grade at? The slightest little tick. We didn't know about spine tick, spine roll, color rub, or none of that stuff back in the 80s and 90s. It didn't exist.
See, I'll tell you, even when I started collecting in the 80s, I guess I was fortunate. It was funny. When I started collecting, I was in 3rd grade. And it just happened that the first place I bought comics was at a flea market because I knew when I saw a commercial for G.I. Joe on TV, it just made me remember there was a comic book dealer at this flea market that my mom had taken me to a couple of times. Mm-hmm. So the next time I was there, I asked her for $1, and she was nice and gave me $1. And I went and I bought, issue 29 of G.I. Joe. It was 60 cents, I think. So I paid my $1, got my 40 cents back, and I took that book home and read it about, I don't know how many times. Then I was out at a candy store somewhere, and I saw on a spinner rack G.I. Joe issue 28. And for some reason it clicked, and it's like, wait a second. I just got 29. I still was able to get 28. That means there's a bunch of other comics I can get that happened already.
Yeah.
So that kind of was my first go back and get the whole run.
Yeah.
What's up, Glenn Smith? Good to see you, my friend. Let's see what's happening with the chat real quick, and I'll go right back to that thought. We got
your boy Barbarian Kung Fu is here.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was lurking in his office for a little while.
What's up, Barbarian? What's all this jibber jabber? Just me and HCM talking it up. But it was, I started collecting G.I. Joe, and then I got lucky because within I want to say within a week, my friend's mom was like, hey, there's a comic book store opening. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, just on the avenue. That's what we called the one main road. What's up, Flavored OG?
Flavored OG. All right.
I just on the main road, and it was called the Comic Cottage. And there was this guy who owned it. I think his name was Charles. I shopped there from I was 8 till I was 11. Because my family moved from New York to Florida when I was in 6th grade. Okay. So, but he would tell me about grading, and he would be like, listen, I don't call, some guys call books gem mint. I don't call them gem mint because there's virtually something wrong with every book.
Right.
So you call everything near mint.
Right.
And that was his kind of catch-all phrase. And if something was in lower grade, he'd explain.
Right.
And that's kind of where I got my really beginning of my, I guess, a lot of my collecting habits from very early on. And it was a pretty straightforward store. I can remember you walked in the door, there was a counter, one or two glass showcases, old school wire racks with the new books,
right,
and then just an L of tables with back issues,
right.
And that's where I just spent many hours as a kid going through all his back issues. If I had $3 or $4, that was my I would spend that many hours figuring out what to buy. Absolutely.
Greatest thing going through packaging. The big thing was 20 years ago when grading started. CGC was the first thing to start, and I'm sitting there going, okay, I understand why CGC created themselves, to try to be that third person.
What's up, Brandon Raw?
To settle the disputes between people trying to buy, but I said, eventually that'll be the tail wagging the dog, because if once you take away that subjectivity, Elvis Street kind of gave you some guidance on it, and you take it, then you're stuck.
Hey, I had I buy graded books. I've sold graded books. It's part of the hobby. There's no.
It's in here. It's embedded. It's here to stay. Never going away.
All I'll say is, like, for me as a collector, if I know I'm just keeping a book and it's not graded, if I'm going to keep it, I have no reason to grade it.
See, I
put it in a Mylar and I put it in a fullback, an acid-free fullback, and I know it's going to stay. And I can always change it. I can always put in a fresh one in 5 or 10 years if I want to.
Right. See, this is where I had to change my thinking. Okay, if I have an important book, I mean a really important book, not just an ASM 1. Okay, really good condition. All right, I think it's an 8.0. Okay, if it's a raw 8.0, it's going to grade out about 50K. If it's a graded 8.0, it's going to be 80K. The problem you have, because it's such an important book, is if something happens to you. Now, you know the value of your books, okay? If something happens to you, and unfortunately, people are getting my age where it's time to start thinking about, are my kids going to inherit my books, or where my books going to go? And you're left with the next of kin who's going to be sitting there with your collection, who knows nothing is how important that collection is. And they're sitting there with the ASM 1, they got to find some money, and you're not able to walk them through. And some person, just like everybody else, sees that she's got a collection and say, okay, well, hey, I see you got some books. I'll give you $1,000 for that box of books. To the uneducated, that's a ton of money. It's a ton of money. They don't know whether it's not. She just knows $1,000 for some books. I know they're worth something, but how do I know? So then the other guy goes, hey, help me out. I'll cut you in half. Okay, fine. Even if they know how good it is, okay, you're now talking a $30,000 difference from a raw to a graded book. That important a difference.
Right, and absolutely. And that's what I said. If I'm keeping it in my collection, if I'm selling it,
I'm saying at some point, and I know you can keep it, but at some point in time, it's going to change hands. Unfortunately, we can't take it with us. So at some point in time, for me, it was, if I have that important a book, I will go through the necessary machinations now to make sure there's a grade on it. So that way, if something does happen and it needs to be moved, then then the person who's moving it for me will have a better understanding of sending it to consignment or sending it to an auctioneer. Then that becomes more important than leaving it up to the whims, because they'll be taken advantage of. They'll be taken advantage of like nobody's business if they know it.
Well, now I get what you're saying from that perspective. Absolutely.
Right, and so for me, it because like I said, I can't, like I said, you don't know my story, but I mean, I had like 22 long boxes that I kept in my garage, okay, from the beginning, that I carried with me through all my years. And so my thought was to go through my long boxes, pull the ones that had any real value, and then turn around and grade them if they were really that important a book. Okay, if that was the issue, because I said at some point in time, because I have two children, okay, and they are they're grown, but they're not into comic books, but they know they don't have them, they know they have some value. But exactly what it is, no, they don't. So for them, it's like, okay, if I go through this and get them, the ones that are really valuable, get them graded, so at least they're there. Now my daughter sees, okay, well, he's gone through the trouble of getting these things graded, and some of them graded really, really well. So now I'll have some idea what to do to make sure that I get the decent, fair value of it than someone just walking in and buying collections. you see so many people on these YouTube videos who go buy these long box collections for pennies on the dollar. Pennies on the dollar. And they get these great deals and they're loving it. And, more power to them because they do it. But there are people who decide to not grade and sit there going, they feel they've taken advantage of it. They really get really mad. So for me, it's got to, then it should be graded. Just because you need to seal the value in and give it just a little bit more protection for not only just you, but for the people behind you who will handle it when you can't handle it anymore. Okay, and that becomes the issue for me. Other than that, keep running grade all you want. I mean, I've told people, I said, when people ask, what's better to invest in, Silver Age books in general or the new stuff, and I'll tell them, I said, I've done a lot of research when I came back in here. I said, if you have a bunch of common books that you have no intention of grading, Silver Age is the way to go. I said, you'll probably get $20 to $30 per issue of Silver Age, no matter what. Kind of no matter what. If it's ASM, Thor, Fantastic Four, even some things that you don't need, Daredevil, pretty much everything across the board, if it's Silver Age, get you about $20, $30. Which, if it's a modern book, won't come close. Because modern books, just the common books, are just worth absolutely nothing. But if you want to make a big score on a big spec, Silver Age is not going to be the way to go. Because if you go through the census, the amount, the percentage of Silver Age run that's going to be 9 or over is about 2 to 5% of all the issues out there are going to be over 9 or more. So the chance that you will encounter a raw book in the wild that's going to be that good, really low. And to buy and to grade, for me, it's like if it's not going to be 9.0, there's no point in grading it. If it's Silver Age, just keep it. Do you get your $20, $30 when it's time to turn it around and go? That's where the modern spec books become a lot easier to deal with. So it's a big elephant in the room that has you thinking about how to deal with your collection, because grading becomes such a big part of the entire industry, and it's sad that it's sad, but it's there.
What's up,
Ruben? What's going on in the chat? We got a lot of people going on in the chat.
Yeah, let me say hold on something. What happened? You got me playing tomorrow? Do you have it playing somewhere like on YouTube or something?
What?
Did you? Me? Yeah, no, I was just hearing an echo. No worries.
No, not me. No.
Okay.
I mean this.
Okay, no worries. Richard, have a good night, man. Thanks for coming by. What's up, Ruben Guzman? Yeah, our RSR Comics was. I've been following the chat. Yeah, I like what you said here. It's important to teach your children now what your collection is worth, so they know. I mean, but it's tough if they're not interested. If they don't have interest, it's hard to teach somebody who's not interested. Yeah, I mean, look, you got to understand what I'm saying. Like, if I know I'm going to keep the book and I have no intention of selling it, I don't see a need to get it slabbed. The moment I think about selling it, if it's a key book, especially if it's a high grade key book, I'm already asking myself, should I slab it? It just, and I don't break, like, if I get a book that's slabbed, I don't bust it out of the slab.
Oh God!
Your chances are I've read the book already.
Chasing grades, crazy! It's nuts.
Words of knowledge. Flavored OG says, "Words of knowledge. You guys have to do this more often. This is awesome. Absolutely. Hey, HGM came on my auction at my first auction on Saturday. He's going to be on the Teachers Lounge on Thursday, as long as he's still interested. You're still interested. With Shelby and my brother from another mother, Mind Shift, aka Comics on the Mind. We do our show every week. It'll be on Comics on the Mind's channel at 9 p.m. on Thursday. Awesome, Collector's Den. Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. We're definitely, and I'm all about sharing thoughts and ideas. That's intense, man. Sorry to hear about your dad's passing, even though it was 5 years ago. Still,
wow. Yeah,
still something. And the 45-year collector is he must have had a shop owner. He must have had a serious collection. Tricky Trapster agreed. What's up, Tricky Trapster? Just in case I didn't say hello. Yeah, it definitely is overwhelming when somebody inherits a big collection and they have no interest. It is what it is. It's. It also, if it's a big collection, it also costs money to store and time to sort and all that, and you got to take that into account.
Yeah.
Okay. Popped in here. Let's get Chi Unlimited. Where's Chi Unlimited? I don't know if I saw them, but we'll definitely, if they're in here, we'll try to help them get to 100 subs for sure. I'm getting close to 500. I'm about 30 something subs away from 500. So I'm not the best at always saying sub me. But by all means, if you haven't subbed me up, if you haven't subbed up my buddy HGM, sub us both up. You like what you're hearing, you like the knowledge, you like the experience, the wisdom. Definitely sub us up, and everybody sub each other up in the chat.
Yeah.
Silver is always ours. Listen, my advice since I was a little kid, and I think I was lucky that I got into Silver Age Marvel at an early age. When I was early in the mid '80s. I mean, I didn't have a lot of money, so it's not like I was able to buy everything I ever wanted, but. My whole thing was, okay, if you're trying to invest in comics, and that's an investment, take whatever money you have and buy the highest grade, oldest, best book, best key book, or most important book you can afford. You're better off buying, if you have $20, buy the best $20 book you can find versus, about $20 books. Unless you want to read 20 books, then you get more value. It really it depends where you're coming at it from, and you never know, because you could do better. If you're a flipper, you could buy 4 books for $5 and flip them, and now you have $30 instead of 20. It's just there's always variables and ways to look at it, but generally, yeah, I agree. Silver is the way to go. I like it much better than the modern stuff too.
I say everything with a caveat. Anyone asks me what to collect, especially if they want to try to get into this hobby, and I tell them, I said, I collected what I like to read. That's how it always was for me. I like the title, I like the character. That's what I collected.
Even the stuff
I bought it.
What you see me previewing, it's such a small selection of what comes out out tomorrow. But it's always based on what I like, and I just trust my.
But what I tell people as well, because sometimes I got lucky because I started 40 years ago, and it just so happens that a lot of the books that are hot now, I bought back then. But I'll tell people, I said, most of the important characters that last come out in 4 basic lines: in the Spider-Man line, in the Batman line, in the Mutants line, and I want to say in the Wolverine line. About 60 to 70% of the main things that happen come through those lines because they're the most popular lines. And so what the publishers will do is they're going to try someone, they'll throw them through there. Now, like I said, there's still 25 to 30% that are outside of that, but most of them are going through there. So I'll tell people, if you want to try to do a quick hit of some kind, buy some, bronze, copper, ASM. Just start buying those as best you can, because there's a good chance there's going to be stuff through there. I mean, the whole thing from Venom came from ASM 300 and that entire McFarlane run. I mean, ASM 129, huge issues. I mean, most of them, there's so many that came out of that run. And so when it comes to collecting to a start, that's where you go. But I always tell people, collect what you like because you'll never be disappointed. I have tons of long boxes of stuff that wouldn't line a bird cage right now, but I loved every book.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. Dude, it's like when I tell you I collect Justice Machine. Those will never be worth anything, but I love them. What's up, B. Ramey?
The Great Lakes Avengers. There you go. So I mean, I'll say titles. People look at me and go, "What?
What's up, Comics on the Mind? My brother from another mother. What is happening? My co-host of the Teachers Lounge on Thursday."
Okay, that's okay. I thought that's what you were telling me.
Yep.
So he's Comics on the Edge and there's Comics on the Mind. All right. They're not related, though, right?
What's that?
They're not related, are they?
No. Okay. Other than their mutual love of comics.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like you've got really a heartfelt story, man. That's wow.
It's one of those things where I think for the family, my hope is that you're able to keep the books. If not, you're okay with how you handle distributing them. I mean, one of the things I told my kids I was going to do is the valuable ones I'll keep. The others I'm just going to donate to the Children's Hospital. So there's a charity called Hospital Comic Books for Kids, based out of Chicago, that will take your comics and then send them out to various hospitals and stuff, and then they use them there. And I said, so my birdcage liners, the basic stuff, I'll send out that way. So that way, you can bring.
They're not. Look, I've given so many comics out to kids. Yeah. Just to say, hey, read this, and read.
Sure.
What's up, Comics on the Edge? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. And saying what's up. What happened there? Let me see. C squared. Everybody saying hello. HGM, don't sleep on the Great Lakes Avengers.
Yeah, there we go. Girl. I actually do have the first appearance of Squirrel Girl. Again, I may not read them, but I'm not stupid. so I will. If it's a good book, I'll still get it. But,
you know what? If you guys don't know Los, he just put out a cool video on his 10 commandments of comic collecting, and it's like a 12-15 minute video. It's an interesting little video with his 10 commandments that he collects by. This conversation made me think of that.
His name is Los?
Los, Los.
Okay.
I do he's on the panel when I do the indie show with JP Collects. It's JP Collects, myself, Los, and Unruly Simeon. We just did, last week we did volumes 2 and 3 of Wicked and Divine.
Okay. She says, okay, our RSR Comics says they're handling his private collection with respect.
Wow, that's awesome.
40 long boxes of bronze and silver stuff. Where are you guys? RSR Comics, where are you guys located out of? If you don't mind me asking. But sorry to take so much of your time, Todd. I know you got to work tomorrow.
No, it's cool. It's still early. For me, I'm West Coast, so it's still early.
Vegas.
It's early for me, so no, I'm excited. And then one of my local, the shop Torpedo, the big shop out here that does the signings. They're having October 24th. They're gonna have Mike Zeck, John Beatty, and Jim Shooter there.
Okay.
So I'm excited. I'm like a VIP, so I get like 5 signatures for each creator.
Okay. So RSR says they're in Chicago. the Comic Books for Kids charity is also based in Chicago. So I'm just saying, once you get through all the valuable ones, you go through, they're a great tax write-off. So especially if you're dealing with the estate and especially staying in the business, stuff like that, if you get to the point where you've gone through all the stuff, then go ahead and donate the other stuff through. I mean, the biggest thing for you is you've got to sort through them and figure out exactly what you want to keep and what you don't want to keep. And so I'm sure you got tons of people. That's why I'm not trying to come into your business or none of that stuff. I'm just simply saying that's a great possibility, because that way you can get a good tax write-off for those books that aren't worth anything. You still take face value for them, and that's very good when it's trying to settle the estate, especially when it comes to business and stuff like that. But if you want to just reach out to me, I can drop in my IG. You can just go ahead and talk to me. I'll gladly talk to you about it. And like I said, I have no interest in trying to get in your business and none of that stuff. I'm just one collector to another facing this issue, because I'm 56, and I know at some point in time, I can't take them with me. But but one collector to another, I understand how it can be. So I appreciate you, and just want you to know there are people out here that are can help you out if you like. So
yeah, definitely.
So what's this thing with you and Clayton Crane? I mean, every time I turn around, you got something signed by Clayton Crane.
No, I went to a signing, so I got a bunch of books signed.
I mean, gee.
He was at an LCS. But no, what happens is, honestly, I get them signed. I show them a couple times. I stick them in a box. They get piled on top of. But what I did was I moved everything into one room, so I'm like sorting through everything. So that's why I had that little pile of, you've probably seen these, but maybe you haven't.
Okay.
Barbarian. Yeah, man, but listen, here's the thing. I only get so many signatures, and then they charge $20 a sig. So, keep that in mind.
I was never a big signing guy. Never a big signing guy. And
I'm big on like meeting the artists and getting to talk to them. So the signature is like the byproduct of that.
Uh-huh. I mean, if it works, like I said, you do what you want to do. That's fine. I was just never wanted to if artists were around, I never tried to go find them or meet up with them. I'm just like, I like your art, so on we go. I read the story and continue. So that's why.
Rated, are you in Vegas too? That's great, Rated. If you're in Vegas too.
Okay.
Awesome, man. Let me just go through here real quick. Yeah, about time they had a signing. That's for sure. What are you going to do? That's cool. You do cons and you donate to local charities. That's cool, Horace.
Very good. Very good. Yeah.
Good stuff. You never know. Tomorrow's not promised to anyone.
Nothing's promised to anybody. One of the reasons why
$20 each per signature. Yeah, man. I hear you. I'm in Vegas. Rated. Are you an OC? No, they're answering.
OC, Orange County?
Yeah, because Torpedo has a store in Orange County and they have one in Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's not crazy. I mean, and they do the on-site grading, not on-site grading, but they have on-site, they have witnesses so you can get it graded. Yeah, like certain times, like, okay, I have a couple copies of Secret Wars 8. So if I go get it triple signed, and I know I'm keeping one copy for my collection, I might want the others triple signed and graded, because whatever they're going to go for more graded and certified with the triple signature. I mean, I totally get it. Oh, okay, you're in the OC. What are you going to do? Life goes on. Maybe our paths will cross one day. Yeah, I hear you, Splash Page. Yeah, I was lucky. I lived in Florida as a kid, so I met a handful of Golden Age artists over the years. Martin Odell and Alan Bellman. I got to meet Gil Kane. I got to meet some cool. I got to meet Bernie Wrightson once. And I got to meet some cool artists, some great artists over the years.
So Todd.
Yeah.
I just found RSR's IG page.
Right.
So RSR, I'm looking on your page right now. So I just followed you up. My name is on my IG is DJ Greggy Greg. They have a massive collection of like New Mutants 87, New Mutants 98, Secret Wars 8. They have like 7 ASM 300s. All these are raw. Their dad kept all these things raw. I mean, ASM 298, 299.
Mm-hmm.
It is crazy. Crazy. Congrats to you, man. Hats off. Outstanding. And they seem like they doing a really good job and stuff like that. That's something. Now that's a guy like you said, didn't grade him. Didn't grade his books. And that's just screaming it down there. Look at the damn you found me. I mean, you gotta understand this is what I do, I'm not just observant. This is what I do. I mean, I seek things out because it's information. Information is great. So I mean, if you get a chance, follow me back. I mean, I post a lot of the books that I've got there, that stuff. So what got you into collecting, Todd?
Well, I started telling you the story. You got to understand, I always liked superheroes, like even as a little,
right
before I could read.
Like Super Friends and stuff like that?
Super Friends, the old Batman TV show. I loved Batman as a little boy.
Adam West one?
Yeah, the old Batman TV show with Adam West and Cesar Romero as the Joker, and Burt Meredith as the Penguin.
Mm-hmm. Favorite Catwoman?
Eartha Kitt was the best Catwoman.
Who?
Eartha Kitt.
Oh, come on. No way.
Right.
No, Julie Newmar, man. Julie Newmar. Come on.
Different strokes for different folks.
Woo.
But some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
I mean, Eartha was third for me. I'm sorry. She was third for me.
Hey. That's the beauty. That's the great thing about having three actresses play a character.
It is.
You get.
I have to admit, Yvonne Craig was best. Had all of them beat though.
Yeah, I love Batgirl.
Yeah, she was something.
But no, so I watched that show. I watched the old Spider-Man cartoon, the one from the 60s and reruns.
Yeah.
I watched Super Friends, and I watched the old Marvel cartoons, like the old like Captain America throws his mighty shield.
Yeah.
Like those ones. And
yeah.
so I had this established I played with the Mego action figures. So it's like I had this established love for for superheroes.
Right.
And I'm just telling you, I was sitting in my playroom one day. I was 8 years old. I'm watching my cartoons after school, and I see this commercial for G.I. Joe comics or for G.I. Joe. I remember connecting it to a comic.
Okay.
But I literally think it was the issue. It showed the issue, the origin of Snake Eyes issues, and it was Storm Shadow like drop kicking Snake Eyes out of a train, like an elevated train.
Okay.
I was like, to 8-year-old Todd, that was like the coolest thing I'd ever seen, because this was the 80s, and the coolest things were the wooden swords at the martial arts place at the flea market, and so I saw that, and it clicked in my head. Oh, that guy sells comics at the flea market, and that's where I got my first comic that I still have today. Now I had comics before that.
C Squared's leaving us, so I'm just give a shout out to C Squared. Thanks for stopping in, man. We'll see you, I guess, tomorrow. You're doing something tomorrow, right?
Squared. What's tomorrow? Wednesday, the auction. We got the auction tomorrow.
Yeah, Wednesday. So okay.
Thanks, C Squared. Take care, man. Take care of yourself. Be good, man. But yeah. So I grabbed that G.I. Joe 29, and then I saw the 28 on the newsstand, and I went back and I filled that run out. But then that comic store opened up, and many of my afternoons were spent riding my bicycle to the comic store, you know, putting it in the bike rack and just going through those boxes for hours and hours and asking the poor guy so many questions. Like, I wonder if that guy my first real comic guy, I bought I mean, I don't know if he's still around, because I mean, I was 8 years old. He was an adult. So maybe he was 30 years older than me. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, really, because I just don't know. He might have been in his 20s, but he might have been in his 30s.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. You know, I wonder if he, you know, what he would have said if he'd known this little boy Todd that asked him a million questions, you know, when he was 8, 9, 10 years old, is still loving comics and still collecting and you know, is still, you know, knee deep in the hobby.
Well, I know my first my first LCS guy, he actually still around. And I went to him, I guess I saw him about 4 or 5 years ago. And you know, he remembered me. Well, of course, I was still an adult. But it was like great. It was great to see him again. And you know, learn how, because that's how I learned so much about the industry from him. Because that was, you know, I remember, you know, wanting to have a job with him, asking questions. He gave me a bigger discount, you know, and all that stuff. And it was just a matter of, you know, I said I learned so much from you because, you know, you gave me insight, you know, in stuff that I wouldn't have learned any other place. And I was able to apply my business degree with the industry to really understand why things were working the way they were working, and be able to, you know, put some more perspective into why the publishers did the things they did, how grading got so great, as much of influence as it did, how, you know, it just influenced the market, because, you know, that's what comics is. It's always been, it's still a business, even though a lot of collectors don't want to think of it that way. Don't think of them that way, but it's still a business. And, you know, the minute you, I've always wanted, the minute you take the business out of it, you become a charity. And, you know, but as long as you have the same principles in it, like business does, you usually fine. You know, and that makes a difference. Makes a big difference to me. But you know, so that's but you know, we all started the same way, because you're the same thing. I watched the cartoons, I watched the shows, loved them all. Every time I saw a superhero coming on, I was glued to the TV. And then got a chance to go start buying the books. Yeah. It was every week. Every week, got $2 from my dad, went down and bought the books and got them. My mom threw my first collection away when I was 13. Because I remember I had like 160 books. You just threw them out. And I swore, I said, Mom, you owe me $40. So that's what those books were. And she just, yeah, good luck collecting that. And so that never happened. So then once I got back into it, when I started working during the summers, that's when I got back into comics. And that's when I would keep them. I'd buy a long box, stick them in the long box, and just carry it with me back and forth to school. So every place I went, my comics went. And from that to law school to, you know, I always took my comics and went with me. So it went from one long box all the way up to now at 22, 23, you know, but they just stayed. And it was just that fascination and the joy that just kept me into it. And even when I come back in every, you know, 4 or 5 years for a couple of months, you know, it was just easy to catch back up. And my kids were a big part of that too, because they would always, you know, doing the videos, DVDs, like I'd buy the Justice League DVD series, and I'd play it, and they're watching in the back, and I'm just listening to it as we're driving down the road, and they're asking questions. And I remember I can tell who they are by their voices. And I'm asking questions about Well, how do you know this that? Well, I read the comic books. How do you know this that? I read the comic books. It says right in the garage in the comic books.
Well, that's what made that series so good was that they actually got the characterizations right.
Absolutely.
You know, you knew who was who. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
That's why I like the new series Stargirl, and it was surprising because I've been watching the CW shows since they started, and the CW universe it's the CW universe, and I wasn't going to watch Stargirl because I was never a Stargirl fan. I was a JSA fan from way back when, but then Stargirl came in instead of Starman in the Justice League cartoon in the 90s. Or that I want to say late 90s. And so I never transitioned, but I said, let me just watch this. And I watched the first episode, and I was so enamored by them utilizing the JSA.
I watched the first probably 4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah.
And I liked it. I really did. There's a certain, I think when they started the CW, like when they started Arrow, I still think they were kind of afraid of costumes and didn't want to go too true, too colorful, too.
Yeah.
And I think now they've gotten to a point where they realize they can do like accurate costumes and people will like it.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I think that they really embrace the superhero nature of the Justice Society.
Yeah.
So when you see that battle at the first or second episode, where her dad died and the JSA was essentially defeated.
Yeah.
It's a cool battle. It's a superhero battle.
Yeah.
I just have a thing with the CW shows. A lot of times they start off good, and then they fall off. They just don't.
Yeah.
They don't maintain that level of quality.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they do for the next season, because they've hinted that the villain for next season is going to be Eclipso.
Okay.
They've decided they may bring him, which could be interesting to see.
I remember when they put that stupid diamond on the comic book, and every comic had an indentation.
Yes.
They wonder why us guys who were around back then don't like the gimmick covers.
Oh, God. Yeah. What's surprising, the first appearance of Eclipso is extremely expensive look already. And I was just like, they're bringing him back. I saw this as they can bring him back. So that should be interesting to see. But I just thought it was nice to go back to that era and get those heroes and now transform to a next generation of teenagers. It should be interesting how they do it. The writing has been, I've been surprised with the writing because they actually allowed them to get beat up and lose, and not just the fairy tale that everyone wins all the time. And so I said, okay, well that's I'll give you that. I'll give you that. So they hope they'll continue it and make some good changes. And
so Splash Page made a nice comment here. It says, early this year, I was able to find the son of the woman that had a bookstore and buy the original 70s spinner rack that I bought my comics off of. It was a cool find. That's awesome, Splash Page.
Nice.
And Smokey, have you ever had a book that you didn't realize their worth or had them for a different reason than they were worth and sold, traded, or scammed out of them? I've bought enough and sold enough that I've won in some and I've lost on some. So that's collecting. I always believe, like, if you collect comics for any length of time, you will have bought comics, sold comics, and traded comics.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get more than they're worth. Sometimes they're less. You pay less than they're worth. Sometimes you win a trade. Sometimes you lose a trade. And really, you're never winning or losing. It's just stuff changing hands. We've got another person coming in. We got Barbarian Kung Fu. I'm gonna add him so you can say hello.
I think I think he couldn't stay away.
What's up, bro?
I think he couldn't stay away.
Like the discussion of the century, and like I couldn't not want to. You know what I'm saying?
And he brought the gloves. He brought the gloves too. He brought the gloves too.
Oh,
you guys
yeah.
gotta
I was out here. I was in the middle of getting ready a book ready to press it, and
Okay.
when I just clicked it on, and I was like, I had to keep coming over, and like I'm trying to chat, and then I'm going back over here, having to clean my hands back, and I go back to it. I'm just like, just send me the link.
You want to hear something ridiculous? You guys are all saying the meeting of the minds is okay. I had one of my former students from Florida, who I had a couple years ago, reach out to me on Instagram and say hello. So you know, I'm saying, I'm just chatting with him. He goes, "Mister, are you famous now?" Like, no, dude, I'm the same teacher you ever knew.
Yeah, it's good. I want to Smokey. You highlighted Smokey's comment about being tricked out of things, and I want to tell the Smokey. I stopped collecting comic books in 1994 when my daughter was born, but I kept them. Okay, I just kept them in long boxes and stuff like that. And then my wife and I split in 2008. And I was going through some tough time, and I needed some money. And I took my comics and I cataloged them all. And at that time, the face value of everything was like $50K. So I went around some local shops trying to sell my collection because I needed the money. And no one was giving me anything close to what I asked for. One LCS as well. I got like $500, but I don't know if I can give it to you. And I had good stuff. I had some really good stuff.
They're giving you shop prices, trying to nickel and dime you.
So I ended up contacting my comic shop. Everyone knows who my comic shop is.
Oh yeah.
So I contacted them, sent them my list, and they gave me back two proposals. They said for $1,200, we will cherry pick your collection to take all the good books out of it and give you $1,200. For $1,100, we'll take your entire collection. Everything. And I sat there and said, why are you charging me to take everything in my collection as opposed to cherry pick it? They said, well, we figure we're doing you a better service if we just take the whole thing. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'll let you cherry pick my collection for the $1,200. But if you're just giving me $100 more, $1,300 total, I would have given you everything. Would have given you everything because I hadn't collected in 16 years, so I wasn't really into that.
Yeah.
But they took all my ASM 300. They took all my really good books. They cherry picked and took. And I said I'll remember this lesson because it's important that life happens. Life happens. I mean, it hurt me to do it, but I ended up having to do it, and I did it. Because, like I've always said, it's a hobby. I love the hobby greatly. I really do. But life happens. My kids were more important. Putting food on my table was more important. Getting to work was more important. So if the means were there for me to be able to do that from something I collected and loved, I did that. And I said, I kept everything else. And so that's why, it's great now because I've been able to financially recover, buy some of the books back that I lost back then, but also be able to go through the books that they passed on and then turn around and then make a great find. They passed on a Werewolf by Night 32 that I had raw, that I bought for $5 in 1988. Okay. And this is one of them. I got it graded 3 months ago at a 9.4.
Oh wow! Yeah, they screwed up on that one.
they missed by three. They missed a 361 that I had. They missed a ASM 252. They missed an ASM. All the morphology around the Carnage. They missed those. They missed the Sandman one. They missed a ton of books. But it's one of those things where it's just like as you say, Todd. If you're in this hobby, it's something you're going to sell, you're going to lose, you're going to trade. It's just part of the hobby. But I tell that to Smokey and I said, there's times you'll get the good in, you'll get the short in. It's just part of it. You just keep doing what you like to do, and you'll be all right. So that's how I've had to look at it. So I've been blessed to be able to get back into the hobby, to meet new people, to meet you guys, be able to talk to you guys.
Yeah,
There's so many times I sat there thinking, am I the only one in this world that likes comic books?
Yeah, no, and that's I'm sure you've heard me say the coolest part about this whole like YouTube journey is meeting other collectors and just talking to other people who have this same passion and this drive to collect comic books and art and stories and all this stuff that I love. Trust me, it's I'm so like abbreviated the way I'm living right now, and like in my one room, like in my aunt's place. And when I get my own place and I can spread my stuff out and I can get all my stuff out of my storage unit, it's really start sharing all the books I've collected, like the hardcovers and the absolute editions and the art books, like the Frazetta books and the Barry Windsor Smith books and the Alex Toth books, and just tons and tons of cool stuff that I just want. It's just cool to share with people and just show. And because I know it's probably not stuff everybody's seen, because you start to develop some more obscure tastes, and it's stuff that you don't. There's stuff you see. You can walk in, like I can go to 5 comic book stores on a Wednesday, within 20 minutes of each other, and see essentially the same stuff.
Yeah.
One will have
especially new stuff. Like you're gonna get all the same stuff.
Some of them will have like a selection of back issues, right? Like I can go to Torpedo and I know I'm going to see some killer books.
Yeah.
I know they're going to be every bit of what they're worth, but I'm going to see killer books.
Right.
There's stores I go into. I hope I find books. I can see cool books, but I know they're all going to have the same new stuff, and I know there's going to be a certain sameness.
Yeah.
So it's just sometimes it's just hoping they've got that one book I'm looking for if I'm playing that game,
right?
Which I'm slowly, steadily like not trying to play that game so much.
Yeah, I really like what you were saying, Lawman. Like that's a thing that a lot of people like. They kind of have the whole FOMO thing, the fear of missing out. Like they don't really grasp the fact that like the comic books, even like the old ones, they were printed in the like tens of thousands. There's always more. Like you were saying, you had to feed your kids, so it's like sometimes you got to take a step back and like they're comic books. It's paper, like it's and you got to make that tough decision. Like, I'm going to sell this. I've had multiple friends like got into a pinch and had to sell off their stuff. And like, it hurts for a second.
Hey, it happens.
And then like a week later, you're over it. And
it's like life goes on.
And then you get to have the fun of building a new collection because it all starts over again.
Yeah.
So it's like, a lot of people, they take it, I don't want to say they take it too serious because, we're all serious collectors. We all love what we love and we buy what we like. But like, like when COVID first hit and we were doing the auctions, like we had been doing them before COVID hits, we're still doing them. There would be people that come in the auctions and buy books, and then you would hit you up, be like, hey, is it okay if I pay like in 2 weeks? Like I'm expecting this check. It's going to be my last check from work. And it's like, like I'll do that for you. I really hope that like you got something worked out because like they didn't want to miss out on these books.
Yeah, like,
and that was my thing. Like, I try and be as like open-hearted to people, and I'm just like, dude, like it's a comic book. It's still going to be there, even if you don't get to buy mine. Like when you have the money and everything is handled, that comic book's going to be for sale somewhere. And it's like, don't worry about it. Like if you're talking about like between like my car broke down and I can't get to work, so I can't feed my family, or I'm going to buy this like ASM 361 for a couple $100. It's like, man, fix your car. Like that ASM, there's literally tens of thousands of this comic book out there. But yeah, that FOMO kicks some people in the nuts. They're scared to miss out on some stuff.
But it's like I always tell people, I said, I'm the new guy back into this whole YouTube hobby thing, but I'm just like, it's a hobby.
Yeah,
it always has been, always will be. It's a hobby. I mean,
take care of Splash Page.
Yeah, later, Splash Page.
See ya. I think one of the biggest arguments I get into with anybody when they say, "Okay, what's your dream book? What's your dream book? Wouldn't you like to have, an AF-15?" And I tell them all the time. I said, "Not really, because if I have the money for an AF-15, I have the money for some Amazon stock or some Apple stock.
If I had the money for that, I'd have a car that runs.
some really good, solid investments that will pay off a lot better than an AF-15." I said, whether I can afford one or not, that's immaterial for me. I just don't need to have it. Honestly, I mean, I said the best book I have now is my Hulk 181 8.5. That's the best one I got, and I'm good with that. Because I'm just saying, it's a perspective that you have to have that keeps it that way.
Yeah,
and then you understand what's important. Because, like I said, Barbarian, you've got a daughter.
I got two daughters and a son.
Exactly.
Take care of RSR Comics.
We know better.
Don't forget to hit the stop button if you can. If you haven't, we appreciate it.
Yeah, I will. RSR, I'll send you hey on your IG, just to say hey. Hope you follow me back. But like I said, we've all gone through life. I'm presuming none of you guys are under 40, but yeah. So we all know the good bad parts of life.
That's true.
And so we keep it in perspective when it comes to this. We love this hobby, but we know what it means to work and to sacrifice and to not, we put a certain percentage into this hobby, and that's kind of it. That's kind of it.
I work crazy hours. I'm at work, and I don't make a ton of money, but like everything I make at my work, it goes to the family. I don't spend anything that I work for on comic books because I literally can't afford it. The only thing I ever can spend on comics is what I make in the auctions. And that's my deal with myself. It's not like, it's not like my wife or anybody saying you can't spend it. It's just, I know, because I'm freaking grown up. I can't afford to buy stuff with my money. So that's the only reason that I do the auctions. I mean, they're fun. I like hanging out, you get to chat with people all the time and hang out with your buds, slanging books, It takes you back to the old days, like slanging other stuff.
My butt for buying for the next week. I mean, that's how I look at it.
That's exactly right. And I cut way down. Like back in the day, new books, I would buy all of them. Like I'd have so much, and now it's like I actually started a pull list because I caught myself buying too much stuff. Yeah. So now it's like I got a pull list. I go in, they hand it to me, I pay for it, and I leave.
Yep.
It's like I hang out and talk to them. Like me and my shop guys, we're all cool, but I very seldom will be like, anything else on the wall that I want, or like you get anything new in. I'll always ask if they got new collections in. You got any new books in there in the bins, man.
And I always look at the variants, all the variants you got up on the wall, and I look at them and go, okay, and I keep they say, yeah, the price is this, and I go, yeah, my comic shop has it at $25 less,
Yeah.
And they'll go, well, okay, well, but it's not.
I remember. Look, I'll be honest with you. I see some books I see at one store for one price, and then I see it at another store for half the price, and then that store will even give me a discount on top of that. So it's like, and then I know people want them, so I'll try to get them, but I won't pay too much for them because then I have to charge too much for them.
Yeah, and the last book I spec'd on like that was the Robin King one, that 1 in 25 that came out, and it was funny because
for good money right now if it's high grade.
Yeah, but I bought it and I bought 2 copies, and I was able to weasel down the LCS to $200 a copy, and I was able to sell them that weekend for like $210, $225. And I was like, it was, but I had to start the bid off at $175. Yeah, I had to start it off at $175 and hope.
Did you sell them on the YouTubes or on like eBay
YouTube.
Or something?
Okay. I sold on YouTube. I don't touch eBay. I don't touch eBay at all.
Really? So I've always found like if you want to make top dollar on something, you put it on eBay And because I mean, I like selling stuff to the fam. You know, I would rather sell my books on the auctions because, of course, you don't have to pay all the fees and all that crap, do all the listing stuff. But it's more about like spreading it with the community. But as far as like if I bought something big and I wanted to get top dollar for it, I'm putting that stuff on eBay. Because eBay, sees like millions of people as opposed to, you know, the 40 people that showed up in my auction today.
It does. And I look at it as, you know, I've tried to sell on eBay before long ago. And while that's more spec stuff. Yeah. And I'm just like, you know, if I put up for auction, if I price it right, I got the right audience, I can sell. That's for what it's all
about, right there. Is the right audience,
right? If the right audience and I price it right, I can get it sold.
Yeah,
and then I can put it in the mail the next day, and it's gone. And it's not that big an issue. And I try to because for me it's like I try to bring books that not many people bring to the auctions. You know, minor keys, relatively decent keys, but good books that I find. Because I can't keep them all. I can't keep them all. I mean, I've got so many books in slabs. It's nuts. And so I think it's giving people in this place a better chance to get a nicer book without the fees, without chance of getting scammed, without
and at a great price because
and a decent price.
Yeah,
you know, that's the best price, but it's a decent price.
Yeah,
you know, and that for me is just a lot easier to do than just get the top dollar on eBay. I mean, there are a lot of people that do, and I'm just like, it's not about the money for me. You know, I don't want to necessarily take a loss in everything, but for me, it's about more just, you know, I have some conversation with some people. I get, you know some other people in this community, and experience the books. For me, it's about the books, seeing books that I hadn't seen before. You know, talking to people that I hadn't spoken to before, and learning. You know, I mean, because like I said, we're all kind of. I mean, I love the learning about stuff.
Yeah, because it
does, for real, right? Yeah.
I hear people say, I love finding an older collector who I can learn from. But you know what? An older collector can learn from a newer collector.
Absolutely.
Every day.
It can make you see things in a different light.
Absolutely.
It can make you just question, why do you believe something? Why do you see something a certain way? Yeah. And I have seen so many just shifts in collector, like I guess collector values or collector kind of attitudes since the emergence of YouTube and the community that's come out. Things like how they treat second and later printings, things like the type of tape tape that's used. The
right, the blue tape crew.
Yeah.
You got to make them pull tabs. You don't make them pull tabs. You're the savage. Be a savage. I know what you mean. Like,
but I mean, it's just interesting to see. Like I thought I had it down pretty good. You know, I'm pretty good at like I've amassed a couple of large collections. My first collection was 80 long boxes. You know, and that went into a store I opened, and then this collection's a few hundred short boxes. And it's probably about over 200 short boxes, probably 20 or 30 long boxes, somewhere in there. I don't know. And then I don't know how many graphic novels and hardcovers and other assortments I have. But I've always I've had a knack for accumulation. But not just accumulation of like anything, because like I won't just buy, like, I'm not into just buying like unknown long boxes.
Sure.
That's not really my thing.
Yeah.
But if you give me a price,
like 50 books in it that you want and 300.
If you give me a price and I have like 30, 40 boxes to dig through, and you're going to let me fill up a box, I'll do that all day.
Yep.
Because I will just trust my taste. And even if I'm going that quick, and I just pull, because then if I can just pull and fill the box, I have
That's how I buy my back issues. Like from the dollar bins, I hardly ever go to a place and don't fill a box from the dollar bins. It's cheaper. like when you break it down, like the cost they usually charge at most places, and then you break it down per book, like you go from paying $1 a book to some places you might get it for as low as 15 cents. You never know. Like there's shops I go to that all their independent books are already 50 cents in the bin, and you can fill a short box for $30. And it's like, okay, that breaks down to like 10 cents a book. So
you can probably squeeze 120 to 150 books in a box.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden your $30 can change to.
I'm telling you, and there's good stuff in there. And then, you go to places that'll have the buy one get one free sales in the dollar bin, and then you go there on that day and say how much to fill up a long box. You can usually get one for like $80. Depending on the shops that you go to, and then you fill up a long box. Take you all day, but go through all them books, man. Just cherry pick whatever you want out of there. It's the best way to do it. That's why I have so many comics, because like I'll see stuff that I just think is awesome that I didn't even know existed. Like this freaking, you can't see it, but like Necroscope from Malibu. Like I started putting a run of freaking Necroscope together. Never even heard of it, and I was like, that's an awesome cover, and it looks sick. So let's do it. And now I can't get rid of them now.
I can't. Yeah, I can't. I don't do the dollar bin. I don't do the dollar bins. I just can't. It's just there are certain lots that I call "get the shit out of my house" lots.
Yeah,
and I think it was Comic Book Poser that taught me that phrase.
Yeah, I bought one of those.
Get the shit out of my house lot. And I told myself when I started wanting to do auctions, I said I never want to put a lot up like that. I just don't.
Yeah,
because I don't want someone to say, okay, he's putting this up because he just doesn't want it anymore. His crap that he doesn't want, that he wants to now pawn off on me.
Listen, even when I put up 10 Green Lantern books, and I started at $10 or 5, and I started at $5.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you, I picked those books because at some point I read them and I loved them.
Yeah,
but that's you and we've already established that.
Yeah, and
we read and we like. But for me, it's if I go out looking for books to use at auctions, I'm not looking for. For me, it's like, okay, I'll go and find the Savage She-Hulk early runs from 2 through 10.
Yeah, because
they'll go along better with the Savage She-Hulk 1. Or early crossovers, not just because those are what I know, those are what I'm more familiar with, and I can get better value if I've got 5 $3 books than 5 50-cent books, because they'll look at it and go, okay, it's a $15 lot, and they're okay, they're in decent shape. I'm not going to buy the $40 $50 version of that $15 lot. I'll have the $15 version, but it's better than having just a $5 bunch of crap lot. And for me, that's what I like. I like to do. There are those that'll gladly do it and say, I got 10 issues of Wolverine and just $10 or start at $1, and on we go.
Yeah.
And the great thing about this is, like, if you have a panel, each panelist has their own niche that they excel in. And you can work off of that. So I'll say, okay, fine. I know that, like for your panel, usually the AMKM and Fried Pickle Joe or Foiled or whatever, they're going to have the more lower price, just gotta move it kind of books and that type of stuff. So I don't look for them, but if I know Europe or Cat 60, or even sometimes Meta, I'll say you guys will have the better books that I will like, or that more suit my taste. So I'll come back and look what you guys put up. Same with your people. I mean, I love
yeah,
Amy and her husband.
Yeah,
because occasionally they'll sneak some really decent stuff in there. What's his name? Peter Parker.
Yeah,
he'll throw some pretty decent stuff in there. You have some interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm a really niche collector, so it really shows.
You have your interesting stuff. I gotta get by your rapping. But that's how. So I always look at it because I'm new, and I don't have a long reputation in this business, but I know I know that I've gotten a reputation that I will spend money. I'll buy good books, but what I put up for other people, I want to be equally as not impressive, but equally as respected.
Yeah.
That put a decent lot together that was some thought, not just grab miscellaneous Batman books and throw them up or I'll get my selection of Captain Atom books that I've got in the garage to start throwing up. It's just me.
No, I understand what you want to be on par with what you're buying is what you're selling. Yeah.
And like I told Todd, I said, I'm always lurking at their auctions. Same with yours. I'm always in the back lurking. I will never announce myself until I want to bid something.
Yeah.
But know this, I will be there. And it's the same way with all the other big spinners. We're there. We may just sit in the back and not say a word.
Yeah.
But
it was funny the other day. We was in an auction and I was at work, so I'm walking around work, and I'm listening. I pretty much just got my phone in my pocket. Somebody put up something in there, and I heard him say what it was, and I was like, oh, that's something I'm interested in. So I flip it up. I look at it. Starting bid's this. Put in my bid, and then I see that lawman had just bid before me, and I barely outbid him. And then I saw it was him, and I was like, man, I ain't going to win. It's just like whenever you want something, like you're going to buy it, basically. And like,
I don't think people want to bid against you when they see you bid. I think they're like, because you bid on one of my lots, and then it was like fold.
Yeah, as soon as you pop in, they know like it's either going to go really, really high, and then I'm going to fold, or I'm just going to fold.
And I think I've worked pretty hard to try to get that reputation. I really have, because
there's other folks in there. Like if you go to like the New York Warriors or like the Savage auctions, you'll see other dudes like Peanut's the same way in the Savage auctions. You go in there, very well if he's bidding. Like it's going to be a hard win for you to outbid the dude.
I mean, Jeff Silversmith's a big one.
Yeah.
Flavored OG is a big one. There are a few of us that are there. Like Contender's another big one. That the big spenders, and like I say, if I go up against Jeff Silversmith, I'm going, okay, this is going to, and it's funny because he and I will text each other on the side, going, okay, how long are you going to keep going? I mean, really, because like I say, when you're doing your Thor lot, your Silver Age, Ruben.
Yeah.
I'm like, he bids. I said, seriously. He's like, well, I like those books too. I said, okay, fine. Okay, how long are we gonna keep this going? Because this can get crazy. You don't want this to get crazy. So
who are you asking there?
Yeah. And I'm sure you guys are like,
I don't want it to go ridiculous.
They're both bidding.
No, listen, I don't want it to go ridiculous crazy because look, I'll tell you, as a seller, I want to get a good value for my books.
Sure.
But I don't want to like work anybody.
And you don't want anybody to ever overpay. Like if that they're overpaying,
here's the thing.
You get to a point.
Here's the thing. If I'm overworked, if I'm just like working somebody on a book, they're gonna come out of that at some point and realize what happened.
Yeah.
And it doesn't reflect well on me. And it's just not the right it's just not the right thing to do.
Sure.
So I mean, look, there's auctions. Sometimes I lose and sometimes I win. Sometimes things go for a little more than I might think they're worth. But just because I think something's worth an amount, that doesn't mean it's worth that much. And sometimes it doesn't. And you got to take the good with the bad. And
I mean, for me, it was. I always have to be wary about people trying to bid me up because they say, okay, well, if Law's going to be bidding, then I'm gonna make him pay for it.
And that's the thing. People have watched that freaking Auction Hunter show. They know that's the thing people do. Like where they buy the storage units. There's dudes on there that they spend the whole show bidding people up. So it's not like nobody knows that that's something that people do.
So for me, that's why I will I will tell. Sometimes I'll tell in the chat, I'm not bidding on this one.
Yeah.
Or if I'm on a panel, I said I'm not bidding tonight, because for me, I don't want. While I like people kind of being intimidated if I'm bidding, I don't want them scaring them off, because these are counts for everybody. Okay, so I'm not, just because, and I tell the chat, the 20 people that are still here, just because I bid doesn't mean I'm going to just simply I'm going to take it. I mean, there are many times people have beat me on auctions, and that's fine, because I mean it's for everybody. I want everyone to have fun and everyone get the books. It's not just if HTML wants it, HTML gets it. No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be that way. There's no fun in that. But so I mean that's why I keep telling you, we're back there lurking, and if we find something, we're going to come out with a good bid. I mean, if you want the true secret, if I really want the book, I'm going to go 5 times over the opening bid.
Yeah,
that's my first bid. 5 times over opening price. If I really want it, that's that's the first hammer that goes. That's what I call a hammer. Because that takes all the tiny people and makes them run away. Because most of the times we know what that book is. What that book. So case in point was, there was a Spawn 174 signed by Todd McFarlane that Shortbox Padawan put up on an auction, and I was lurking in the back. And one of her, I think his name Bandito, was the guy who pressured her to put it up, and she posted on her IG, and she put it up, and put it at $50 was the opening bid. Okay, I had no idea what was going on with her at the time at all, but at $50 opening bid. So of course, Bandito comes around at 50. I came in at 175 immediately. Okay, because I knew what that book was. I knew exactly what the book was. Okay, and so immediately, like, dude, he went full. He was out.
Yeah,
and then
so he wanted to get it for next to nothing.
G-Rip and Peanut Head came back in at like 250, because it for me it says, let's get the real people who are serious about these books in, and let us go.
Yeah.
No need to be doing no dollar bid, not dollar bids up. That just takes way too much time, and it keeps people in these things. So if I really want that book, I'm gonna come up with a really big, strong, solid opening bid, and then I'll follow it up $50 more if there's still some people lingering around. Because again, it's like, okay, get it down to 2, and then I know whether or not where I want to be on that book.
Yeah.
Because I look at a book as, how many times will I possibly see this book come up again for me to get? If it's a common book, then fine, I have no problem with it. But if it's one of those one-of-a-kind time books that doesn't come up often at all, then I'm going to say, okay, fine, I'll be willing to pay more, because I'm not going to see this book again. And then we'll come in. We'll come in really like, exactly.
That's what they say. When you see something you like, if it's something rare, you got to buy it when you see it, man, because it's not likely to come back around.
Or I might be in an eBay situation where I've got 50 bajillion people watching this book.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard to buy on eBay, but it's good to sell.
Yeah, you got no more than 100, 200 people watching this thing. So for me, it's like, okay, the best chance I can make money is when I buy the book. So if I can buy it for $50 less than market value, great for me.
Yeah.
So but the thing is, it's a strategy that I've learned when I'm using. But like I tell you, so if people are fortunate to be here, always know I'm always lurking in the background, and that's like when I texted you, Todd, last night. I told you I'm here. I'm just letting you know I'm here. So he's like, okay. Next thing, the Thor light goes up.
You wanted it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, okay, fine, the Thor lights up. And same thing. Because it's funny, because AMKM will always text me. They'll always text me, you coming on the auction? You coming on the auction? Yeah, I'll be there. I don't know when, but I'll be there. I'll let you know.
Well, it's also, look, there's also a certain, some people operate from a sentiment that, like, they find the whole like, what do I put this up for? Like, I'm just grabbing a random book. It doesn't matter what it is. Okay, I have a book, whatever it is. It doesn't matter.
Right.
What do I start this at? They ask with like, I think a couple times people asked on Saturday.
Yeah.
What do I start this at? Like,
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't know. What did you pay? Like, what do I say? What did you pay for it?
Yeah, right.
Got into it. What's your? How much are you looking to make?
Yeah.
Like, literally, if I pay $10 for this, I'll start it at $10.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as I get my $10 back out of it, I'm a happy clam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got too many books I'm pushing through to worry about if I make $1 on this or if I make $6 on it, or if somebody gets a deal, they got this book that on eBay is $25 or $40 or whatever it is, I don't know, because they got it for $15 or 16 or 22, whatever it might be.
It's like good for them.
Yeah, good for them. It's I've been, look, I definitely have those regrets of, I had that book and I wish I still had it.
Mm-hmm.
Biggest regret is Journey into Mystery 85. But life happens. And you move on and you get some other books. But I've been way more fortunate. I've been fortunate way more often than I've been regretful.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
I got a Walking Dead 1 and it graded out at a 9.9. I hit the new comic like lotto. That's never going to happen to me again. I'm lucky it happened once.
Yeah.
Like, that's the spec of all specs. I
bought a book to have it on too.
I bought it new, put it in my comic box. It sat there for 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy was like, "Hey, go get that book graded. It's worth some money." And he's not even a collector. He just like kind of half follows it. And I was like, okay. And I got in the car and I drove to Daytona and I submitted it. And they looked at it and they were like, wow, this book might have a chance. I didn't know what they were talking about.
That's right. You just going,
I was just like, how much is it going to cost? And I was like, oh, fine, just do it.
Yeah.
I got my Walking Dead 2. I got a couple other Walking Dead. I think 1 or 2 other issues of Walking Dead. And I got my Fantastic Four 52 graded.
Nice.
And they sent me back a letter that I had to pay them like a certain amount because they appraised my book at a certain amount.
Yeah, you had to pay the insurance on the shipping.
I'm talking to my buddy. He's like, dude, you got a 9.9. I'm like, how do you know? He's like, because if they're appraising it at such and such value, that's not a 9.8. Right. It's just not. And I was like, makes sense. And I swear to you, I looked at the book before and I took it out of the bag and my buddy's like, do you see anything wrong with it? He's like, you've been collecting these comics forever. Like ever since we were little kids, you gotta be able to look at a comic and see. And I looked at it and I looked the spine over and I'm like, dude, I really don't see any issues with this book. Right. I know I never read it because I had 10 copies. I read another copy and sold it on eBay. I sold like 9 copies for like probably $5 a piece. I just happened to keep one and put it in my box, and it sat there for 13 years. Took it out, got it graded, sold it, and it supported my comic book habit for about 2.5 years.
There you go. There you go. So, Comics on the Edge has stated that he said not everyone has the privilege to be able to bid like I bid, and you know what? That is so true, and I realize that, and that's why I do it. Because, like I said, when in auctions, you utilize the advantages that you have the best you can. Mm-hmm. I mean, theoretically, I could win every auction that's there. Theoretically, I could. I don't want to because there's no fun in that. But the way I look at it is that, do you know how long it takes for a good book to start at $20? And it go dollar by dollar to get to 100.
Oh God, it's
oh my God,
so
it's maddening.
It's just draining on the seller and the other people in the chat. Like,
and especially
your auction because
when you're the seller and you know I've started this low to get people interested in it, but my God, they're going in these $1 and $2 increments just to get to where I wanted to get to.
Yeah,
man, that is just maddening. And everyone knows what this book is. Everyone knows an ASM 252 that's in decent shape isn't going to go for $30. So why go through the hassle of doing it? Fine, move it to 80 and let's go.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Jesus, come on.
I think a lot of people are just so scared that they're going to pay a little bit more than what that other person would have folded for, and they want to get it for the lowest dollar. But at some point, like it's not so much about like I might pay $5 extra, but it's like you're getting such a good deal usually. Like, just go ahead and drop that number down, and if the seller gets an extra couple bucks, then bully for him.
I'll tell you, there was one auction I was watching, and Immortal Biggie Shaq was selling a lot before he went to the hospital. And I remember seeing a guy in the chat say, I come to this auction because I know I can get the cheapest price for these books from you people. And I said to myself, are you going? I mean, I said I can understand that is your mentality, but to brazenly put that in the chat on the seller's face and say I am here just because I can milk you for good books for cheap money. I'm like, dude, not cool. So I beat him on the auction. I didn't want the books, didn't care. The fact was you weren't getting this a lot today.
Yeah, you're not getting this today.
You're not getting this a lot.
That's awesome.
I said, there's got to be some respect between seller and buyer. I have to recognize you as a seller, the effort you go through to get these books.
Yeah. I
mean, Todd, I don't even know where you get these virgin Thor things. I have no idea how you get them, but I'm glad you do, because then I get a chance to get them. So I'm not going to try to beat you up for it. Same with you, Bob. You get some stuff I've never seen before, and I'm just going, okay. I respect the fact that you go through a lot. We go through a lot of lengths to try to find books that people can want and do. So be respectful and do it. So when I sit there in the chat and I'm lurking, and I understand what position I have. I said fine, I'll utilize it, because like I said, those dollar increments drive me nuts. So I'm like, let's cut to the chase. Let's get the real people who are in it and want it, because enough people had the time to do their research on the book. They know what the book is. They know what it's going to be worth. So let's go.
Yeah.
And let's put it in there. So this way it gets it. It's not 15 minutes on one book. It may be 5, and then we can move to the next one. Because one thing, as a seller, you're sitting there going, I get 1 round per hour, primarily. That's what I'm looking at. We got 1 round per hour. So in a 5 to 6 hour lot auction, I've got 5 or 6 chances to make some money.
Yeah.
So where I put my books, where I spend where I position my big books to make the most money I can is very important. So whatever can be done to kind of lessen that time or make sure that it's utilized more efficiently, I feel as a bidder, I should do that.
And not to mention, like the faster the rounds go, the faster each book sold, and you move to the next, the more likely that person is going to get an extra turn. And then if they get an extra turn, you get an extra shot at another book that you might not have had a chance to get. That might be the book that you've really been looking for. That's why we always say, if you're not going to bid, go ahead and fold. We're not trying to pressure you into folding. We'd like you to bid, but go ahead and fold if you're not going to bid no more. Don't go walk the dog and then come back and be like, oh, I forgot I was going to fold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it just comes down to like a certain auction etiquette. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I will say, if I'm a panelist, I'll say, let us know what you're looking for, just like everybody else. But I also recognize that as a bidder, sometimes I just don't know.
I mean, when I'm in auctions, man, I go there. I don't go there looking for anything in particular. I mean, there's titles that if they went up, like I would be interested in them, but that doesn't even mean that I would bid on them, because it all depends on what they are of that. Like ASM, like I love Amazing Spider-Man. I have almost the entire run, so more than likely, if you put up an Amazing Spider-Man book, I already have it. But I love seeing them, and I want everybody to put them up because I like looking at them.
And then it's like, I don't know. I watch other auctions and whatever. I watch them, and I don't. People do what they want, what they do, and like, I don't know if it's. I guess it's just everybody has their own bias. Like, to me, when I throw up like a Thor lot, like I threw up,
Yeah.
you don't see that lot very often. You just don't. And I see people wanting to get. I just see a lot of people put books up at certain dollars, and just they don't sell. And I don't know if it's they're pricing themselves out of the market because they're too aggressive in their pricing.
You got to know your book that you're selling to know
that their auction just isn't drawing the people, or
that's a big thing too.
I just look at what are the factors that make a sale successful versus unsuccessful.
Yeah,
because
I put up a Venom 3 today, started it at $200, and it's a near mint copy, and nobody bid on it. The people that were there, they weren't the right people to buy that.
You know that's a good book. It's just a question of there was nobody in the chat.
Well,
yeah, nobody in the chat wanted it either. Either they wanted it, or nobody in the chat had that kind of bank account, which is fine. Like that's why we always put up smaller stuff.
You made some remark that somebody else had the same book but got more.
No, Parker put up the same book for $350. Like he in his first round, he put up the first thing he put up was Venom 3. Near mint copy. He was like, he was going on his Parker about like it's a mint copy, like this is mint. Mint's the new thing or something like that. Talking about 9/8 because he likes to complain about grading stuff. But yeah, he said that it was basically what he was saying was it's a 9/8 candidate, that it's slab worthy. You could get this, slab it, and get top dollar. And when he put it up for $300 or $350, and nobody bid on it because nobody had the money for that one. Okay. I put mine up and I told him, it's got one little corner bump where it's like it's not even dented. It's just a spot where the corner got a little rub on it. And so it's not a perfect copy. So it's not going to be a 9/8. It could be a 9/6. Just depends on who's grading it that day. That's why I started it at $200, $100 less. And that's what I was saying. Yeah, this is $100 less than his was. And nobody bid on it. But that's the whole thing is that's not the right crowd. Like going back to what he was saying, that's not the crowd for a $200 book.
Well, no, see, I didn't see his. I saw yours.
Yeah.
Okay. And I bought my Venom 3 from my LCS for $220. Okay, I bought two of them for $220 each.
Yeah.
But that was, I want to say, 4 months ago.
Oh, you're saying 220. Okay. Yeah. I thought you meant $2.20.
Oh, no.
Cover price for mine.
Oh, no. $220. And so when you put yours up tonight, I looked at it and said, that's a little high to start. I mean, because like I said, I didn't know what park. I didn't see park.
Yeah. But
I said 200. It's a little high. It's not bad, but it's a little high to start, knowing that I've had 9/8 of that come back at 350 to 380.
Yeah,
I knew that, and I said, if it had been, if you did it on 175, I would have bought it.
And that's the thing. I didn't want to sell it for that.
I know you don't want to sell for that. Because you clearly made that obvious.
Yeah,
you didn't want to sell it, but anything close to that, and that's why I said so. There's no need for me to bid on it, because if I bid on it at 200, you're obligated to sell it to me for 200.
And I would have been fine to do that. Like with me, I put stuff.
But I knew you wanted. But I knew you wanted
I'm
more.
Comfortable selling it. Like I said,
that's why I said, okay. For what I would do was, I was waiting to see if someone else was there going to bid on it. If someone else would bid on it, then fine, I would have bid.
Yeah,
and then raise it up to something that's a little more compatible for you. Because I can turn that around in one of my auctions and be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's just a matter. Okay, so you priced it. You priced it that if I've got to sell it tonight, then I'll sell it for this type thing. And I looked at it and said, okay, fine. It's he'll eventually have to move it at some point in time. He's going to have to move it somehow. But the issue is how do you
really, because I have the whole run, and taking that out breaks up the run. But it was one of them things where I just wanted to put up some good stuff for people.
I'm going to tell you. Null is going to be like Wolverine and going to be like Deadpool.
Yeah, I can see
that. If they don't catch off really, really great, they will not retain their value. They will not. Venom, just like Carnage. Carnage is valuable now, but like I said, he sat in garages and basements and attics for years.
I know. I bought my last one for $5 at a yard sale.
Venom came out and has been a stalwart in Spider-Man because of the black suit, not because of the symbiote, because of the black suit. How many runs did Venom have before he became really popular from the movie? There's several miniseries, several one-shots, several series he got.
Yeah.
He has a ton of back issues that didn't really do much for him until finally he got the movie. Okay? When it comes to anti-heroes, that's where you really got to look for. It takes years for them to establish. All the Venom stuff now in this Donny Cates run with I'm moving this now because when that one shot comes out, if that one shot's crap, that book's gonna go tanking. That book's gonna go tanking until they treat him well in another movie, and that's where your issue becomes when it comes to the villains and the anti-heroes. Not many villains hang around much. Harley Quinn's hung around a long time, so that gives some promise for punchline. But most villains don't hang. Joker, of course, has gotten a new thing because they're anti-heroes. But there are not a lot of those. There are not a lot of those. So when you're looking at specking it in the books that you got, that run is great. But at some point in time, you got to cash that bad boy in.
Yeah, and that goes back to kind of what Todd was saying earlier about like the market has changed so much, the way people collect comics. Like now, like the movies have, like if you think about like the Punisher, there was 3 Punisher movies before. Now, like if they come out with a Punisher movie now, that 129 is gonna freaking go through the roof. And there's been movies already, and it never really spiked them. Like I mean, I was buying them back in the day before, like around the time the Dolph Lundgren movie was coming out. You could buy those things next to nothing. Nobody cared about it. And now, I mean, it's an expensive book now, but put the Punisher in a movie in the MCU.
But that's the whole. Punisher's been around since the 70s.
Yeah,
the 70s, and look how long it's taken for him to really latch on.
Yeah.
But the 129, of course, is one of the stalwart books that they say you can buy and hold, and it's never going to lose its value because it's one of those.
Yeah.
Just like Incredible Hulk 181. They're one of those cornerstone books that no matter what happens, it changed the industry.
Yep.
And that character's line so much that's why it's valuable. So that's why I look at Null and go, okay, it's early. It's too early for me to tell whether he's going to stay around long or not. We just have to see. He's extremely popular now, but we'll have to see. I'm trying to bank more on Spider-Gwen, to be honest with you, because it seems that the treatment that she's getting is becoming much more, especially with the younger generation, where the publisher is trying to take this industry. See, we should follow the publisher because the publisher's been around a long time.
America Chavez and Miss Marvel, like all those young new generation characters, like there's nothing but potential there. Like if you can get them books, now's the time to get them.
So it's a little different with Miss Marvel. It's a little different with her. She's been around a while.
I mean, the new Miss Marvel is the one I'm talking about.
I know Kamala Khan. I know you're talking about. She's been around a while. Spider-Gwen is not. Spider-Gwen's is, because also you got to understand, Marvel goes with what sells. I mean, truly with what sells. That's how this industry. Because you know, every year there are thousands of new characters that are introduced. Thousands.
Yeah.
Thousands.
I think Spider-Gwen's a good play because she's popular.
Yes.
She's been in a movie. You know, she was in Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
It was animated, but that was a movie, and that's huge exposure. And she was cool in that movie.
Yes. It's the same way with Miles too. Like Miles is a great one.
You know, even with Miles in the movie, she kind of stood out to me.
But Miles has been around since 2008.
Yeah, he's definitely been here longer than them.
He's been here a long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spider-Gwen's been here, 3-4 years? because they recognize that she's it's not Spider Mary Jane. They didn't bring Mary Jane back through. For some reason, they brought Gwen Stacy through, and that's because they did their testing, they did their focus groups and stuff like that, and found for some reason people like the girls like Gwen Stacy more. So putting her through, which is why Sabine Wren for Disney and Marvel and Star Wars, that's their big play.
Yeah,
because we want to find something that's a teenage girl that's decent looking, that appeals to the focus group, which of course still dominated by men, but appeals to the women as well. That'll have some good staying power.
Comics on the mind.
And I mean, they've been doing that for ad infinitum, from all the ages, and that's what it is. So that's why I have to look at those are much tougher to have staying power and to be really valuable. And that's why there's so few of them that have. I mean, so that's why Deadpool came around at first as some kind of funky assassin, but eventually became loved. And okay, so now he's more anti-hero-ish type person.
The next writer is the one that really set up. I can't remember who it was, but really set him up to be who he is now. Like when Liefeld had him, like he didn't really do what he is now. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I was just thought about it. I think the book that I was bidding against you on in that auction was the second print of the first appearance of Spider-Gwen, Into the Spider-Verse #2. I think that's the one. It was.
Big Cat 60.
Yeah, I think that's the one it was.
Okay. Yeah, come in it.
Yeah, because I've seen it. I was like, dang, because I've always wanted that. I don't have that book. I don't have the first print or any of the prints. And so, like, he put it up, and I was like, it's a second print, but shoot, that's cool, man. I'd like that.
It came out in 2016, I think.
That's what I was thinking. I don't think it's.
I just looked it up.
Yeah, I remember it was.
5 years.
It was after I had stopped.
No, 2014. 2014.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 years ago.
2014.
Yeah. Because that's when Spider-Verse came out.
Yeah.
She came out in the Spider-Verse. Because I remember I dipped back in the comics at that point in time, and I actually bought Edge of Spider-Verse 2, CGC 9.8 for like $200 back then, and I bought and so I had that. I had it said, and I ended up doing a buy it now about 4 or 5 months ago for $800, and the guy took it. Dang, and so when Big Cat 60 put that one back up, that's when I went after that. And so what happened was he sent it to me in a top loader, and it somehow got damaged in the top loader, and the staples came apart.
The hell?
Oh yeah. I mean, I
no, I believe you. It's that dang. That's something serious had to happen to hurt it in a top loader.
Yeah, it was nuts, and he ended up.
I feel like top loaders. I mean, top loaders in a Gemini can be a little iffy because if the book has any play, it can slide.
Yeah.
Or if you put the top loader in tight, then the top loader will stay still and the book slides inside the top loader. That's what you're saying? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's totally. Oh wow, it totally ripped the cover right off, didn't it?
Yeah. Totally did. And
yeah,
so
it pinched it so tight that the cover stayed and the insides moved. That's the same thing that happened to the books I got graded from EGS when I got them back. The cover had stayed. Well, one of them was heat shrink into the freaking inner well, so he fucked that all up. But he messed that all up. But the other one, like he had sandwiched it, and in shipping, he said the insides moved and the cover stayed, and so like you could see the staples were all puckered up on it, like it just. But
credit to Big Cat 60 was that he got a CGC 9.8 of that same book, fourth print, and he AOK'd it to me.
Oh, right on.
AOK'd it to me. I was like, dude, that is outstanding.
Yeah,
outstanding.
Heck yeah.
And I mentioned it in the video when I got it. And I was like, that's big credit to him, and I'll always remember that. And so I always shout you out for that, for doing that, because there's certain things that's I mean, that was one of those things where I'm sitting there going, I spent some good money on that book, getting that book, and it's not his fault that it got damaged, you know. And I'm sitting there going, I'm not trying to. I didn't contact him to say I wanted my money back. It's one of those things.
Yeah,
you know,
I would probably agree. Comics on the edge.
You know.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're letting them know, like, hey, this is in the future. Probably don't want to ship these books in top loaders anymore. It's like more about that. I know what you're saying. Like I had to, like, not had to, but I've gotten stuff and reached out to the person to let them know, hey, the way you're doing it, like, you know, just letting you know this happened.
What I found with top loaders is you have to have the right top loader for the right bag, where it fits in there just right, and then you have to like kind of secure the top so that the pressure isn't on the staples. It's kind of at the top of the book and it goes all the way through to the bottom. Okay. So there's like, it's almost like if you were holding it.
Mm-hmm.
I think every book I have in a top loader is still, it's like in a bag and board inside the top loader.
That's how I ship mine, in a bag and board in a top loader.
I want to say that's how all the ones I don't have, like, I don't really get into the top loader stuff, but I got some that the book came in a top loader, like my ASM 300. When I bought it, dude shipped it in a top loader, but it was bagged and boarded inside of it. And to me, that was the first top loader I ever had. I was just like, well, that makes sense. That's
I'll bag and board, put in a top loader and then a Gemini, and then send it out. So usually that kind of the best way. I've not had any complaints with that. Yeah. But you know, it's you know. So
I mean, if how I pack stuff, I've shipped stuff to both you guys.
If you like, I'll A-OK this to you, Barbarian.
I mean, if you want to, I'll take it. I don't have that book. I'd love to have it. I don't care about condition. I want to read it. Yeah, I don't own it. I wouldn't read it. It's you know, it's the first appearance of a character, and I've never read it.
And like I said, if it's not important to the grade of it, then hey, I
buy low grade books all the time.
then you get one, and so that way you can have it. I mean, it's you know, that's the one good thing about. So I would say, if it comes to specking, I always spec on heroes more than I spec on villains.
Oh, always. Yeah, most definitely.
I just do. That's why I look at this Venom run. He's hot now with all these variants and stuff like that. If Null doesn't catch on, which will be about, you know, gonna be about 4 or 5 years, if he doesn't really catch on, these things will be worthless. Worthless, which is why I turn. The only thing I'm keeping of the Venom run is the third print of issue 3.
No, the one that's got him on the cover, like the first cover appearance.
That's one.
That's a dope cover too. Like
I'm gonna keep that one.
All pimped out in his throne. You know?
Yes, I will keep that one. I mean, like I say, honestly, I would go ahead. I would get the one that you have, get it graded. I'll just go and get it graded. Get it graded now.
See, I thought about it, and I just sent some books off. I sent the second print off because my copy, like you were saying about the Walking Dead book, like I over the last couple weeks, I have put a lot of effort into learning to grade books correctly. And like, it takes a lot of time just to grade one book, but I went through that book and I could not find a single thing wrong with it. The one I had. And I'm like, I know, like, it's not a highly valuable book. At a 9.8, like, you might be able to get $150 top dollar on eBay out of the second print. But I was like, it's just in such a nice condition. And I have another one that I could read. So I sent that off, and I was going to send the first print off too. And then I saw that little bump on the corner, and I was like, it's not going to be a 9.8, so maybe it's not worth it. I could probably sell it raw for the same thing. I could sell it graded.
I bought my Edge of Spider-Verse 2. I bought a first print, a third print, and a fourth print, or a fifth print. I sold the fourth or fifth print on an auction one night, but I got the first print and the third print signed by Jason Latour, and he does a little Gwen head sketch when he signs.
Okay.
Oh, really?
And I got and I submitted them both because I figured that's a book that has potential. And if I have 2 of them, I'd probably sell one of them.
Yeah.
You know, so luckily the first print came back with a 9.8, and it's 9.8 signed and remarked.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The third print came back a 9.6 signed and remarked.
Mm.
I mean, that's still not bad. Like, I buy 9.6s. I have no problem. A 9.6 is a near mint plus copy. I'm all about it.
And, you know, honestly, I bought those off of eBay
Yeah.
For I don't know, a certain amount of money. I didn't get like the first print for nothing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't pay. I paid less than $100 for it. I know that.
But it's amazing how one little tick can cost a book so much in value.
Yeah. It's
That's
a big difference.
Look, the difference between my Walking Dead book being a 9.9 and a 9.8. What is it? The fact that the corners were sharp and weren't the spine corners weren't slightly blunted.
It could have had no fingerprints on it. As something as small.
I took it out of the book and I took it out of the bag and handled it with my bare hands.
Mm-hmm.
They could have just, maybe you got lucky. I don't know. Or it could have just been the grader. Like that day, they were like, you know what? It's been like 2 months since I handed out a 9.9. Today's the day.
Humanity. That's what. Because CGC just put out a video about 2 weeks ago, a new video of how they do their grading. Had the chief grader go through it.
Yeah, I saw that.
181.
But he does it with a 3.5.
Yes.
He doesn't show a 9.6 and a 9.8.
No, he doesn't. He just says,
which would be much more educational.
You know?
Now, but to be fair, though, if you really get into the nitty gritty of grading comics, to grade a 3.5 is way freaking harder than to grade a 9.6 or a 9.8. Because if you read the standards that they go by, a 9.8 is a flawless copy. And then you look at the things like the actual manufacturing of it. Like how straight is everything aligned? Are the staples folded symmetrically? Like it's all, it goes past damage and it goes to production. Whereas like a 3.5 is like the accumulation of so many different defects.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you this. Watch the video.
I think I've seen the one you're talking about. If I'm pretty sure I've seen it. I got done like over the last 3 weeks. I've watched like 30 videos on grading comics. Dude, just because I was like, I want to really get this thing. Like, I want to get it down to where I can legitimately say this is what the grade is. Like, I'll say that it's this grade, and it could be better. I'll always say it's lower than
the only videos that matter about grading comics are from the graders themselves.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, for sure.
That's it. It's the person that's doing the grading that matters. CGC is the only video I need to hear about. Because they're the ones that count.
There's a video I watched, and I'm totally going to get the name wrong. It's like Comic Geek something, Comic Geek podcast or something like that. And he had one of the CGC graders there on his stream and had that guy, like he handed him like 7 or 8 different books of different times, you know, everything from like Golden Age all the way up to a modern book. And he was like, he did a quick grade on it, like what we would do in the auctions. But he broke it down like he would hand him one that was like obviously a near mint book, and then he would hand him one that was like, you know, a fine minus, very good plus, and that's what the dude was showing, like how much harder it is to really determine between like the very good to fine. There's so many factors in between there that it gets crazy. Like, which is why eventually they'll look at the whole thing and they'll sign a grade and be done. Yeah. And that's where the subjectivity comes into it. Yeah. Because while they have all these guidelines they go by, in the end they write everything down, which is why this video was so important, was so enlightening to me, because the guy didn't write anything down. He looked at it, he says, well, I like to handle it with my bare hands. Yeah. I've got my magnifying glass. I like the natural light, you know, and he said, so this is how I look at it. And I was like, okay, now that I get a better idea of how you look at it and how you write down your notes and stuff, I get a better sense of what it is you're how you look at a book to grade. Mm-hmm. And that's what matters, because like I say, the difference between a 9.8 and 9.6 is astronomical. Astronomical. And and so that's why like you said, Todd, I don't chase grades. I'm not going to crack a book open and submit it back again. I can't never do that. I can't do that. Just like, good Lord, no. There's just too much other stuff to deal with. So I'm happy with what I've got it, and I'm good. But it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, I mean, you can spend years listening to other people say this is how it should be graded. That's why on my books I never give grades. I'm like, here it is.
You can see it through the camera. You can see the thing to shot, but I'm not going to take it out. I'm not going to take it out. I'm not going to show you the back. I'm not going to open it up, show you the center staples. I'm not doing that. I'm just not. You know, you mean there's most people in these auctions want to buy high quality books raw.
Yeah.
And take the chance themselves of getting it graded if they want to get it graded. And the thing you look at is that until it's in that grader's hands, anything can happen to it. Anything can happen to it.
That's for
it can
sure.
go to receiving, and receiving mess it up. It can be mishandled by the delivery service.
Mm-hmm.
It can be, you know, for some reason you put in the wrong top loader and you snap it down, and next thing you know, there's a little jiggle. Anything can happen to it. And they tell you right on the site, they're not responsible for it until it's in the grader's hands. None of the damage is their responsibility until it's in the grader's hands. And that becomes so important because, you know, that's why they'll this big to do about if you send it in to get regraded or reslabbed and it comes back lower and they're upset about that, they say we have no liability whatsoever.
And not only that, it could be a different person graded it, and he's like, "Wait, I don't agree with that. It's not that nice. That shouldn't be a 9.8."
You know, it's things. The ink has changed, circumstances have changed, how it was stored was changed. You might have stored it in light, stuff like that. But once you submit it back through, they'll say it should retain the same grade, but it doesn't have to, because things could happen to it. And you know, you get all said that comes back at a low grade. That's what I said. If I got an old label, it's staying the old label. If it's a 9.8 in the old label, it's going to stay in the old label.
Yeah,
it just is.
Do they regrade if you have like a crack in the case?
That's a different thing. Like you get it reslabbed, and they don't take it out of the inner well. They just crack the case out and put the inner well into another one. So there's no regrading involved in that. It still gets the same grade.
Again, if you look at the website, it says if you bring in to get reslabbed, it should retain the same grade. Should
yeah, should
the same grade.
Unless they pull it out and drop it, and then
again, should retain it. Yeah. See, this is where having my little LAW becomes so important because it says while we don't want to change the grade, but if we see there's some damage to the book, we will change it. You take the responsibility and you assume the risk that if you send it back to us to reslab or grade, something could happen to it, or something could have happened to it to make the changes. This is why I say they could have left it in the sun and it got tanned.
Yeah.
I mean, the slab doesn't protect against that, or some water damage that seeped in through because it wasn't water sealed in place. They have no responsibility for that. So if it comes out and they got to reslab and they find that there's stuff that happened to it, they got to regrade it. They have to regrade it. There's no choice. They can't give you a 9.8 when it really isn't, because then the next thing you know, you sell that you sell it to somebody else and they go, "Hey, there's some water spots here," and then it goes back on them.
You know when you stick a piece of tape and sometimes you tear a little piece of the cover off and there's like a little white part?
I don't ever do that. No.
But you know what
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
I have a 9.8.
Howard the Duck book. Wait. Right here has that on it.
I have a 9.8 with one of those.
What?
Great. Don't send it back in. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, don't ever send it back in.
No. It's small, like, you know, pin size, but it's there.
Yeah. All right, great.
Is it on a white spot?
No.
Oh my God. I don't that just goes to show you right there. Todd stuck an extra 20 in between page 13 and 14 on that one.
I bought the book off eBay because it went for a low price. It's that Justice League test cover they did with Captain Marvel and Red Rocket on the front on the cover. It was like a Superman logo, not the DC logo. They did it for like Justice League 3 back in the 80s.
Okay, Rated Raw is saying that they regrade it if you crack the slab. I was told maybe it's different if you have a broken slab.
Well, but like I said,
I was under the impression the guy said that.
I had to give him back my giant size X-Men one and my Flash 123.
Mm-hmm.
because the Flash had ridiculous Newton rings, like ridiculous.
I'm surprised they took care of it. They wouldn't take care of mine. They gave me a freaking runaround.
And well, I met him at Heroes Con, so I was like right there in person.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, look at this. This is horrible.
Yeah.
And then somehow a particle got into the giant size X-Men slab. A piece of paper somehow. Like, I was like, I can't have that. That's not. But this is what I mean. This is why if I have a book in my collection, I feel like I can take care of it better with Mylar and fullbacks than it necessarily can be in a slab.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And
and they were like, they did it all. They didn't charge me anything. They paid for shipping, and they just straight up replaced the 2 slabs. They didn't
see. That's awesome. I have a Cap Annual 9, with Cap and Wolverine fighting,
8.
almost solid 8. Okay. Though it's almost all black, the cover, that thing is ate up with Newton rings. It looks terrible. Sent him pictures of it when I got it back. The guy was like, we can reslab it, but it's going to cost you this much money. And I'm like, this is like a malfunction on you guys. Why would I pay for this?
You gotta take it to like the show and like put that in the face and be like, yo.
Yeah, because it look. I mean, I don't even display. I don't have any of my slabs up right now, but I don't even display it.
The dude was like, he didn't give me a problem. He was just like, no, this is a manufacturer's defect. We're gonna make this right.
Yeah.
He didn't give me any problem, any runaway.
Yeah. It was about a year ago. Reggie Collect had one of the representatives from CGC on his stream. Right. And on that thing, there were so many people in the chat asking what they were going to do about Newton rings that the guy was just like, I'll tell you what, email her any of your problems with Newton rings and we'll take care of you. And it was like, I was like, no, you won't. And I emailed them. They wouldn't take care of mine. They were like, no, you can pay for it to get redone. Yeah. Oh, I was pissed, man.
I mean, CGC is all about making money. They're all about making.
God, yeah.
They're the big dog in the industry. They rule the industry, and they don't do anything unless they feel they have to.
Yeah.
And they never accept responsibility for any of this stuff. But like I say, we gotta use them. And there's no one even close. CBCS, not even close to them. Not even close when it comes to the amount of work they do. But so that's why for me, I get a book back. I'm not sending it back to be regraded because again, once you read the language says it should retain the same grade, that means yes, they have the right to regrade it.
Yeah. And what Comics on the Mind just said, I'm the same way. Like I literally don't even know what a fullback is.
No, never bought one. It's just okay. Like E. Gerber's the company that makes My Lights, right?
Uh-huh.
What My Light is it's pretty much a My Light is the Mylar that's most well known. That's most used.
I use My Lights all the time.
And you have other companies that'll make Mylar bags.
Mm-hmm.
My Lights are kind of the standard. Fullbacks are the thickest backing boards that the company that makes My Lights makes. They also make another back that I use called a half back. And it depends what you're doing. And they make the My Lights in 2 mil and 4 mil. So
what is this kind of bag? Where
that's probably a My Light. It's that crinkly.
Yeah, it doesn't fold. It's just got
Oh, that's a Mylar sleeve. Look, like this.
Yeah, Mylar sleeve.
Why would somebody invent this? It doesn't seal. So my book is just like it's already old enough and already brittle enough. I don't need it.
Dude, even in a flap, there's gas exchange.
I know, but
you're not hermetically sealing the comic.
No, I want it that way.
But these actually protect them pretty good. The only problem is it's hard to mail these.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't fit the same. I do have some of like these kind of Mylars that are all shiny.
But I'm probably going to put them in regular bags because they'll ship better.
Yeah, I like the like they look nice. I've never bought them. I've never bought any kind of bags and boards other than just like your regular kind. But I have lots of them where someone sends it to you. It's funny too. Like we were talking about picking out the dollar bin. Anytime I go through dollar bins, if I find a book in a Mylar, I take it just to take the Mylar out. Take that Mylar, unless they're all scratched up. Then I don't.
My Lights are the plastic surgery for comic books.
Oh, I know. They make everything look so nice.
Plastic surgery for comic books. Every book I try, if I get a book raw and I can put it in my life, I do. Yeah. I'll still point out all the problems, but it looks so much better in my life. It just does. I've been the victim of my life.
It's just clearer than your polybags.
Yes,
just a clearer material.
Clear
that's
material.
the library of Congress uses to store documents.
Yeah, it looks so much better, and I think that's important because you want it's just like it's all advertising. It's all advertising. If it looks good, people like it. People, ooh, that looks nice. Even they know it's nice.
Comics on the Edge. If you ever want to jump on a stream, you're welcome. I can tell we get along great. My moderator, my master moderator.
Hey, like I say, your show, baby, your show. He's come some good stuff. Same with Weapon X as well, but Weapon X he's on one of you guys.
Oh, I didn't even know. How long has he been here? I just seen him. He just got here. What's up, man? Yeah, he was in the auction with me earlier.
Weapon X.
Okay, he is in yours. Okay.
Weapon X. Sure.
I mean, it's up to Todd. Like I said, we're always sitting around chatting.
And he like Weapon X. He's graded books all day long. He's got freaking towers of graded books.
Oh, really? I mean, they're those who I like to. I'm not great.
Man. I've been chatting with Comics on the Edge on Instagram, so it was just kind of there in my head.
All right on. Yeah, I'm of the opinion with graded books. Like, I'll get some books, I'll look for them just graded. Like, if I'm buying something that's already expensive, like I just bought the ASM 529, the second print, the anti-venom book.
Okay.
I've been looking for that book for so long. They're always expensive in raw or graded. So like I'm watching everything, and I ended up finding one that's a 9.6 that's already graded, and I paid just a little bit more than most of the raw ones go for. And you don't know what you're going to get when you get a raw one. So I know this is a near mint plus copy, and I'm totally fine with it. But like, if I owned that book from day one, I wouldn't have slabbed it. It would have never got slabbed. It would be in my drawer.
I probably got
all my other ASM books.
Comics on the Edge. I probably got another half hour in me.
Oh, come on, man! I'm gonna be up for at least another 4 hours.
Well, I will not. No, yeah, I'm with Todd on that one. I'll be heading down. I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back in order as well.
Are you on the East Coast or the West Coast, Lawman?
I'm on the East Coast. On the East Coast.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking you lived over here. I am too, but I work nights, so I'm just used to staying up late.
Let's see if he wants to pop.
I'm used to staying up late as well, but I just know I need to get off so I can be in bed by 4 if I can. That's my biggest thing. I'm old, so.
Oh, I hear you. I'm supposed to go to bed early tonight so I can get up and go to the LCS when it opens, but. Yeah, I tend to not. I always say I'm going to do that, and then when my alarm goes off, I hit the button and I go back to sleep.
That's the great thing about having a pull list is that they gave me that pull list. I said, okay, not only do I need these issues, I need the variant covers, and I need the printings different. So they write them all down, and they pull them. I said, fine, as long as you got those, then I'll get there when I know I can get there when I get there.
Does your shop? Do y'all use the previews pull list website to do yours?
I'm 56 years old, man. Okay,
I know, but I mean, obviously you're competent.
Give me 3 pieces of paper with the comic list on them, and I'll check.
I felt the same way when I started going to this shop. They do all theirs on the pull list website. So I was the same way with them. I was like, I just tell you which ones I want. They're like, really, it's really simple. And once they literally walked me through setting it up. Once I did, man, I love it because you get the FOC every week you can look at. Make sure that there's no FOC variants for something that you're reading. You don't ever miss anything because you go through there. What's coming out this week? Like what new books are available for like a month from now? You go on there, you can click on every single variant cover. You just add it to your list.
I hear you and I understand. But as Todd says, there's a certain joy of how he goes about collecting. There's a certain joy I like to see. I don't want to see the preview of 3 months down the road. This is going to be the variant cover. Oh, you want this cover? Then you order it. This will be that order. I'm just like, there's no joy in that for me. You know, I just know now that I know you'll pull them for me because I've gone and established that relationship with the owner.
Yeah.
So you'll pull that for me because they know again, the HDML comes and spends money, so they'll pull them for me, put all aside. Thank you very much, and we're good. You know, I don't need all the variants. These are four issues, 4 lines that I want. I just want all the variations, all the prints that come in.
So they might be doing it for you. You never know.
And that's what they do because I mean I go there. I said
it's the same thing. Why do I have those Thor like the Virgin Thor books? Because I'm out there searching for them, sourcing them, and tracking them down, and you know, and I know not everybody does that, and then that's why I try to, you know, I buy them because I think they're awesome, they're cool, and I like them.
They're great. Like I said, you're the only person I know that gets them. You know, so if I really want them, I'll buy them from you. And do it that way. So that's always, and like I said, it all works. And everyone has their own thing that they do, that they follow, and we care enough about our customers to go out and do that for them.
Oh God, yeah. Like I have people, I tell them like, send me your list. Like you guys, if you're looking for something, send it to me because if I find it, I'll buy it for you, and you just pay me back whatever I pay. You know, I don't even like if you send me your list and I find it something on your list, you're paying whatever I pay. Because like I tell everybody, I have picked my store clean for me. There's nothing in the back stock for me. So like there's tons of books there. They're just not like I've already got what I want. But that whole collection that I pick out of is still there. And if there's something like Comics on the Mind, I've been telling him to send me his Avengers pull that he wants for Avengers, like the older Avengers books. They got tons of it. And like if I'd have known he collected Avengers, I've had tons of it that I pretty much gave away because nobody would have wanted to pay even like $2 for it.
Yeah.
But if I'd have known what he needed, it would have been like, hey, so you need 302, 304, whatever, you know, here you go.
If I'm, like I say, that's what I tell people. Say if there's something that you want that I can look for, fine. If I'm out, I'll see if they have it. If they have it, then fine. If not, then you know, we expand our resources out there, and that works. So Marshall Lewis says,
Marshall Lewis,
thumbs up.
Yeah, he might be working and he's just agreeing with what we're saying and he's letting us know.
Well, we must be doing good. We haven't gotten a single thumbs down yet.
I know.
I did get one.
Oh shit!
Really?
You let him down.
Marshall? Oh, come on, man.
Somebody is, you know, hey. There's a comment up there that I'm pretty sure is a troll comment. I didn't even acknowledge it. It was hours ago. But clearly, look, we're going on over 3 hours.
Yes, we are.
We've still got 23 people, you know, watching and listening. So,
I mean, I would be if I was not on here. I would still be watching and listening.
Yeah.
Like I said, I stay up all night, and if somebody's live, I'm watching it. And if they'll let me come on, then this is what you get.
Yeah. See, but I think it is good for the current collector who has not had the years that we have had.
Yeah.
To get some perspective.
Well, it's like it's like going to the comic store and talking to the local comic book collectors on Wednesday, but on like to the nth level.
Yes.
Like multiplied by 1,000.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you see us out and about, you know, most people, they look at me, you know, in particular at a shop, and they're not going to want to talk to me. They're like, who's that scary dude over there? All them tattoos. And
I'd run up and give you a big hug.
Well, you would because you know me, but, you know, like I'm in there all the time, and people like, I'm such an outgoing person. I'll be looking through bins, and I'll see somebody like totally lost. And it's not my shop. I'm not vested there, you know, but I'll be like, you looking for something, man? And they'll just look at me all shocked, like, what? No, you talking to me? Like, yeah, what you looking for? Like, those are all 50 cent over there. These are all the dollar books. That's DC. This is the Marvel. Like, oh, thanks, man. And it's like, yeah, the big freaking tattooed, scary looking guy really is just nice.
So one of the LCSs I go to, we got into a discussion, and we disagreed about a policy of his on the free comic book day ones. The main one being, of course, the Spider-Man one. Okay. And it was funny because I was there, and like I said, I have 5 LCSs in my area that I go to. the main one, his was the first one that I saw the Spider-Man one. Stores. And I remember getting that and seeing the first appearance of Virus.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy crap. This actually is the first appearance of this Virus person. And that's when I saw some podcast from CBSI.
Yeah.
And they said they had emailed CGC and CGC that they were going to have Venom 26 be the actual first appearance of Virus. And I said, but that's not out till Wednesday, and this is out now.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be, because this is all going on the same time to spec about
somebody else to bring into the stream.
Yeah, Mr. Huh?
Probably our final guest.
What's up, everyone?
My bearded brother, what's happening?
Hey,
well, we're all bearded.
Not as big as yours, but I've had it for a while.
I got the baby beard.
So I go back to this guy, and I said, okay, he's got a stack of about like 15 of these free comic book day Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And so I take like 3 of them. Okay. And he's got like 5 other titles as well. So I take 3 of each. And he says, well, I'm going to let you take one of the Spider-Man one. And I was like, why? Well, because I want to save that for my readers. What do you mean? They're free comic book days. He said, well, because there are people that spec, and you're a spec. I've seen you. You come in and just grab books that you're going to now put on eBay. I said, but it's a free comic book. He said, but I'm just going to allow you to have one because it's my store and I can do that. I said, okay, well then leave me only one of everything else. If you're going to apply the rule consistently. I can understand if you're going to sit there and say that my job is to grow my readership. Okay, I understand. I respect that. It's your job to do what you want. But if you can't arbitrarily putting in this rule just because you want to keep a certain amount of this book.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Especially when I know that you're going to sit there and you got Venom 3 up on your wall for $2.20 a pop. Okay? If you're trying to grow your readership, that Venom 3 should be at cover price.
Yeah.
Okay? If you're honestly going to be honest that I want to save it for my reader, one per copy, save it for my reader.
Look, if they really care about readers, they should be ordering just enough comics to satisfy their pull list and going deep on trades.
Yeah, sure.
Oh well, that's a good point.
That's a reader store. There's one store here that can go to a reader store, and the way he's got everything displayed is the new books are right next to the trades. There isn't a new book in a trade section or a new book wall and a trade.
Oh, I gotcha.
It's just all, and it's front facing, and it looks
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
That's where I go when I'll actually go there and I'll find stuff I want to read because he does a real solid independent and like just offbeat stuff and stuff the stuff that the strict Marvel, DC, and a few independents, the big independents books, those stores that only do the big things.
Yeah.
Like I find just the offbeat stuff or the stuff that's a little bit.
It's kind of funny that your shop would be like, this is about the readers, when basically they're specking on that book as being a book that more people are going to want. So they want to keep more of them there to spread them around. Because actually, if you were a spec guy going in there trying to load up on these free books to spec sell, you would have took all the Horizon Zero books because they were selling for $12 a pop. And the Spider-Man book was, I don't think that it ever got up over $5 on eBay. So it's kind of funny to me.
It's kind of weird hearing about a store that's about the readership, because most comic book stores are playing the same game.
Sure.
Just like you said. Yeah. They had a Venom 3 for $2 something, and it's just like, how did that happen?
Or when that first Robin King came out, my shop got the book on day one, unless it was on your pull list, it was $20. You couldn't get a copy for cover price. Yeah, and it's like, so
I've
they're
always
doing the
thought
same
that
thing.
Shops should wait, because like you said, they'll bump up the price the day of. I think shops should wait at least a week. You know, let everybody have a chance to get it, and then after that, hey,
Well,
all's
look,
fair, right?
I'll tell
At
you,
least limit it to one
by no
person, to one
means-
book a person.
And I'm by no means a shop. I'm just a dude who buys a lot of comics and sells and flips some, right? And I'll even, when I pick up my stuff like tonight, I'll sell whatever I sell for cover price.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know what's going to happen on Wednesday. I don't know if one of the books I'm selling for cover price is going to be the hot book of the week and all of a sudden be a 10 or a 20 or a $30 book.
Mhm.
You know, it happens and whatever. You know, and look, sometimes it doesn't work out in my favor, but then sometimes they roll around
I
and
mean,
I put the books up for cover price.
you
and they go-
rewind it back to like what 3 months ago on Meta's channel, you were busting out all these Thor 5s and Thor 4s at cover price, first prints, like stacks of them. Like just take what you can each claim one cover price.
I had tons
it's
of
like-
Thor ones.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Thor 4s.
It's like hindsight's 2020. So like
I still
that would be big
have,
money now, but
I want to say I have like 30 something Thor 4s.
shit.
And I have like 5 of the Spider-Woman variants.
Oh yeah, those. Okay.
I just
I
got
don't
my
have any of them, but I don't read Thor, so it's
I
like
just
it
got
doesn't
my
bother
stuff
me.
a little organized. Like I still have boxes in my room, but I had boxes in the closet that I hadn't looked at for a minute. So I got them in another room, all out on the table. So it's like an 8-foot table covered with long boxes. So I'm going to organize all that and get it alphabetical, so that I can just pull stuff for the auctions better.
Oh, I gotcha.
And then I have like probably 4 or 5, 8 long boxes, 9 in here. I'm not counting that whole wall that I have to like just organize to be more efficient. And because I mean I get between like a half a short box and a long box every Wednesday, but I'm definitely tailing it down.
Okay.
Trying to find a source. I'm honestly looking. I'm in the process of finding a source to get either a big amount, a lot of like bronze and silver, or a ready supply.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what B. Ramey just said, stuff like that is like unscrupulous. Like you should never have to worry about a shop not getting you a book that's on your list. Like
well,
that's
what
just
I'm saying. Like I put like I think I put those out. I started them at like I sold a couple sets, and I started them at like $9, which was cover price.
yeah.
And they went for, I think a couple went for 20, a couple might have went for 40.
But that's the market setting the price for
right.
them. That's
They went.
Yeah, you weren't asking for that much. You were saying this is what I'll sell them for, and people said we want to pay more than that because we want them and we don't want them to have them. We want them.
Yeah.
That's the auction difference between that and the claiming. It's like claiming you're going to get it for that price, but yeah.
I want to make sure I got to address Red Roar. I have no problem with the shop doing what they need to do to stay afloat. COVID's been terrible on shops that rely on foot traffic to drive sales. I mean, I understand books are you draw people in, and they spend a lot more money on, trying to get them to buy statues, buy all the other things that are in games and cards and all those, so that make them more money. My only concern was be consistent on the application of the rule. Okay.
Yeah,
just
I can totally see that.
That's all I wanted. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if I come back and because I came back and I bought those 2 Venom 3s, and I said, okay, well, now that I bought these 2 Venom 3s, you're gonna give me an extra Spider-Man free comic book day. He goes, yeah. See, dude.
Yeah, so I gotta drop $440 to get it.
Not okay. I'm throwing some money at you. Now we're gonna now I'll bend the rule for you now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, be consistent with your rules, or don't tell me about it. Okay, that's all I asked for. I mean, I said I told him, I said it's your shop. You run your shop the way you want to run your shop. I have no problem with that whatsoever. And if you want to limit access to these books to people to stop specs from coming in and get you, that's fine. That is your call.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, just be consistent about it.
I get what you're saying. I get that mentality of stop specs. Because I know it exists, but I've always thought about this. Like, I spec, I do.
Mhm.
No, I'm surrounded by books. I really don't intend on putting in my PC, but I don't. I like to flip books, and I like to
Todd. In the criminal defense game, you'd be charged with possession with intent to distribute comic books. That's what you'd be charged with.
Well, and so be it. But, no, my point is, like, if you have a store.
Only if you got more than half a long box, though.
Oh, no.
No, I got it.
You got to have over a certain weight.
I think that to become a successful flipper, you have to have a good resource, like a good source.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
I live in Los Angeles, and I mean it's hard to find a good store that has integrity.
Yeah.
There are a few, and it's like they'll take care of you, but for the most part, I mean, like I tell people all the time, I have like 12 different stores within 50-mile radius of myself. Yeah. So it's there, but like not all of them are quality. Not all of them are what I'm looking for. I used to spec collect, and it just wasn't fun because you would get to that store or that show, and those prices that day are already hiked up. Like, what's the point in spec collecting when you're already paying like the hyped up price?
I mean, you got to get it for the low in order.
But most likely they'll go lower. Variant game too.
A store can charge. They can put it's their product. It's their They can charge what they want.
Yeah,
and I have a right to pay it or not pay it.
Now, that's right.
Here's the thing. Now, when I say I spec, my spec is I want to buy this for $3 and sell it for $4. I just want to do it 1,000 times, and then I can buy the $1,000 comic book I want.
Yeah,
it sounds utterly ridiculous, but that's how
that kind of sounds like dollar bidding at auctions.
And right, but it's gonna. But dude, I turn it into things like this.
Yeah, hey, that's
good. Hey, patience pays off all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
I always end up spending like that $20 I made on top of like all my costs. I'll go out and I'll buy some $20 book in an auction that I don't really need, but it looks so shiny and it's so pretty when they show it to me, and I'm just like, give it.
No, my point is like,
ball.
as a retail establishment, if somebody wants to buy something, why would you stop them? As a comic store, if I run a comic store,
you're selling books.
I want to sell out on the rack.
Yeah,
I don't want to keep things on my rack.
Even if it's $20 a book, you don't want to keep those on your rack because they're going to end up being worth less than that.
I want the stuff on my rack to sell. If somebody comes in and wanted something and it's sold out, well, that's when I'm going to introduce my pull service, and that's how I can serve you as a customer.
Yeah.
You know, it shouldn't be. I just don't like I walk into a store. If you want to have a limit, put your sign up and have a limit. Okay, I respect that. I also know if I see a sign, I'll still grab two.
Yeah. And
just look at them when I bring it up, and they'll usually sell it to me.
Yeah.
That's because they're scared of you. You're a big guy. They think you're going to kick their ass.
No, and they know. If they know me, they know I spend money.
Like that's the big thing. Like if you come in there and you only grab that one book and you try and get like 3 or 4 copies of it, they're going to turn you down. But when you go in there and you're getting like, all the books on your pull list for that week, but I'm going to get 2 of this one because I know it's going to be worth more, then they're not going to turn you down. There's no way.
All right, talking about limitations, Rated Raw just brought up a good point. So he says Golden Apple is my favorite shop, and it's in LA, right? So when the Convergence series came out, they limited everyone to 1 copy, and he was such a dick about it. Like, he wasn't budging or anything. So what happens afterwards? He got stuck with so much Convergence shit that he just had to quarter them out or 50 cent them out, and it's like that's the kind of shit that like if like you said, Todd, if you would have just sold them, you would have came up.
It's
instead of selling for $4, you got 50 cents for them.
If you know the book's the hot book of the week, and you have 3 copies on your shelf, and you know there's 3 customers that are gonna want those, just pull the freaking copies and hold them for the customers.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If you got a stack of 20 copies, and I want to buy 3, and you don't want to sell me 3 because you have some issue, the fact that I might take those books and sell them and actually make a little more profit than you made on them, that's just utterly ridiculous.
Yeah.
That would be me like saying I can't sell this book because it might be worth it tomorrow. I can never sell a freaking book.
Yeah.
Sure, but the truth is, I don't want to have every book, but I know it's weird. I don't want to have every book, but I like flipping, and I like playing the game, and I like the chit chat, and I like the camaraderie.
You know what else is hard living in LA is the variant game. I used to
stand all that.
No, I used to love playing the variant game because it's like, wow, like, this is a 1-25, 1-50, and that was fun. But man, then you start noticing like they're only putting out the copies that like got damaged or so you got to go through different levels sometimes to get like the book, and even if you get the book, it's not the quality that that you're looking for.
Yeah, my shop, when they get their variants in, they all go straight to eBay on Tuesday.
Yeah, there you go.
They will sell you one of those variants, but they're going to sell it to you at the price they want on eBay, even though they don't have the fees to pay anymore to sell it to you. Mm-hmm. But that's still like when the Marvel Zombies, the Peach Momoko came out, that's got X-23 on the cover. I had that on my pull list. I told them, if you get a copy of this, I want it. I did that 2 months in advance because I seen that. And I'm a big X-23 fan. I could care less about Peach Momoko. I think that it could have been way better if somebody else did it. But I love the imagery there. And so, like, I'm thinking, that's a 1-50, I think it was. I'm thinking, like, I'll pay $50 for it tops. Maybe less, since I let them know ahead of time that I want this. And they get it in there. It's already on eBay when I go in. They got one. We got one. It's $75. And I'm like, I'm not paying you $75 for a 1-50. Yeah. First off, I could go to eBay and buy one for cheaper. I could literally go to eBay and probably buy yours for cheaper than I can buy it from you in the store.
Yeah.
But that's that kind of stuff, like the whole variant thing, man. It's just
going back to Golden Apple, I remember I was in there one day and it was a new comic book day, right? And the guy had all the new variants, like the whole stack in the back. And there was one guy, big spender, just going through every single one of them before they even put them out on the floor.
Yeah.
He was like going through the spine and all that stuff and just picking whatever he wanted. Whatever was left went to the floor. And I'm just like, that's so shitty, because it's like, you're limiting all this to one person and then everyone else gets the crap. So it's just like, I don't know. I used to like, I used to like playing the variant game, but man, it's tough. Like, there's so much red tape and just
my old shop was great about that. They would do that with me, but I'm not a big spender. I was just really good friends with the shop owner. So when I came in, it was always like, "What variants did you get in?" And he just handed them to me, and I'd go through. I wasn't looking at condition. I was looking at, okay, I want this one and this one.
Yeah,
and it's like I would just take whichever one because it's like. Mostly with Spider-Man because I have OCD and I have to have every single cover and it's really killing me right now. But it was always cool doing that.
What I would eventually do for the variants is if it was a 1-25, I would go to the dealer and be like, "Hey, I want this variant. Can I buy 25 copies of this issue?" Because they pay cover price for the variants. So if it's a $4 book, the variant's a $4 variant.
Yeah.
So I tell them, hey, if you give me the price that you pay them for, and I buy 25 of them, will you let me buy the variant as well? And more times than not, they'd be like, yeah, for sure. Because what happens is it helps them out with their diamond account because they have to spend so much money per month to keep their membership. So that's a chunk of their quota that they that you're buying. And I end up getting what I want, plus several other copies that I could either sell off or
They're doing the exact same thing right now with Something's Killing the Children number 11 is coming out. It's got a 1 in 50, it's got a 1 in 25, and it's got a 1 in 100, which normally it doesn't have all that. And then you got 3 regular copies. So I bought 100 copies of it. I'm getting the 7 ratio variants. All of it is and it's like $2 and change.
It's like $2.15 per issue.
Yeah.
And so you times that by, sometimes you'll even get it cheaper that way than just paying, buying it the day of.
The really cool thing about that too is that's Boom Studios, and Boom right now their regular covers are returnable, so I can buy all those. I can sell as many as I can sell, and if I have any left over, I can take them to the shop and they can return them for me, and then I can get that $2 back. And I can still have all the ratio variants and all that stuff. And as long as they don't come damaged, I'm good.
No,
if they come damaged, I'm pretty much screwed.
Yeah. But it goes back to what I said. If you have a good hookup, then you could be successful at it and get stuff that you really want, stuff that other people want. I have a bunch of friends that are comic book collectors, so I don't just shop for myself. I shop for them too. So if there's something that I think that they'll like that they haven't seen or didn't know was around, I'll get it for them. No problem.
Yeah. Let's say we come out of different methods, but we all have the same goal in common.
Yeah,
and that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, that's the truth of it. Just like there's we collect different stuff and this and that, and we all have different methods. But it's cool to share and hear other people describe their methods and the way they go about it.
Yeah, that's why I felt like I had to jump on, because you guys are having a really good dialogue, and it's just like, man, I have a perspective too,
right?
It's an OG dialogue. That's what it is. OG dialogue. The other chop up. So who's speculating who's the new Green Goblin? I don't care about that.
Which Darkwing Duck book's going to be worth the most next week?
Yeah, let's have some real true talk about comics and the industry and the hobby that we've known for so long and we've evolved through. Let's talk about that, and maybe that can give some knowledge and some perspective to the people in the chat about some OG talk. We see it all now.
Maybe I'll change the title to comic preview and the OG post comic preview.
I mean, this is the kind of bantering conversation that I think a lot of people like.
I think
it's definitely fun. I like hanging out and talking comics. Man.
We're going on 4 hours, and we've had over 20 people.
Still hanging out.
In most of my auctions.
And we're not selling anything. And I'm telling you, I see auctions where they'd be happy to have 20 people.
Yeah,
hours consistently.
But I do want to give a shout out to Flavored OG, because he's out there. I think he's on the West Coast as well.
Mm-hmm.
He has a web store, eBay store, and IG account that he deals with tennis shoes.
Yeah, with sneakers.
Oh, okay.
Yes, great collection. A great collection. Him and his son, Anthony Gonzalez. Great collection. So those of you out there, because I know he may still be lurking back there, check him out. If your children like sneakers, that's a dude. Because I always when I find new big players come on, I always know this is not their only hustle. I always say they made their money someplace else and come in here to dabble.
Yeah.
It's always around. Okay, where's their hustle? And once I saw Flavored OG's thing, I went to his page and said, okay, there we go with yours.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you to highlight that. Like that's
Brandon Ross asking a good question. He says, question for all of you: before an auction, do you share with each other what books you're bringing to the auction?
That's his show.
I'll give you my answer. Honestly, no, because most often I don't know what I'm gonna sell. Like I have a very improvisational style of auction selling where I'm just surrounded by stuff and I will grab I'll flip through and be like, maybe somebody wants a Virgin Mega Man.
How long have you been auctioning, Todd? I know I seen you on somebody else like Metas.
Yeah, I've been auctioning since June basically. I started first with Meta.
Yeah,
right?
so I remember when you first started auctioning, I was like, man, this guy's bringing really good books.
I'll tell you from as far as like the auctions I'm in, I think I've been in lots of auctions. I think I've only ever been in one where people like ahead of time were showing stuff that they were going to put up. In my auctions, like I'm lucky if people get there on time, let alone early enough to show all the stuff they're going to sell.
Not like the 2 hours before a comic show opens.
Oh yeah, no.
Every dealer is dealing with every other dealer.
No.
Right.
See, what you don't know, if you've never been to a comic book show, 2 hours before it opens, that's when all the deals are made.
Yeah, that's where all the good stuff gets.
And half the good stuff goes into other dealers' boxes and never sees the light of day.
Yeah.
But see, that's why it's good. It's important to go through the dollar bins because that's the stuff that gets missed.
Yeah, they don't ever touch that stuff.
Oh, no, they don't because their eyes are looking up high when all the good shit's on the down below.
Yeah.
Well, look, you can pay for the large deposit of gold, or you can mine for the little nuggets. And if you get enough little nuggets, you can build a big deposit.
I'll tell you a quick story. Is one of the books I always find in conventions and for cheap, I'm talking about like $5 and less, is Judge Dredd #1. I always find that book. So I would remember the last convention I was at, they had it up on the wall for $100. Right? It's not $100 book.
Which book?
But it's Judge Dredd #1.
Oh, the orange.
Yeah.
Cover. Okay.
So this booth had one up on the wall for $100, and it's not $100 book, but they're gonna price it that because it's a convention.
Yeah, so you can haggle them down.
Yeah, I went through the guy's bin and found a copy for $1. Good shape. Like really good shape.
That's hilarious.
I mean, it's just like it happens,
Yeah.
That's important to digging, though.
I wanted to say to Weapon X and I guess to the rest of the chat, if I'm going to be on the panel of an auction, I'll get the only thing I'll say is anything big going up. Because that's all I care about. If there's something big going up, I want to know what it is. If they'll let me know, so I can either decide whether it's something I want to try to bid on or not.
Yeah.
And most of the time, most of the time, I won't ask. We won't share our books because for me, it's like I've got all my books around me, and while I have 5 or 6 lots pulled, I'm always able to go dig something else up. If someone else puts something up that, if someone has an ASM 252 that they pop up ahead of mine, then I can change and switch out and get something else out that doesn't. And so for me, it's always about having flexibility and having, if I know we got 6 rounds, I've got like 10 or 12 lots that I can put up at any point in time, because I think that for me as a good responsive auctioneer, if the chat says we're looking for this, then fine. I can have it at the ready and find it. Or if someone didn't respond to this book, the next one's not coming out. And I think that's one of the things that we try to do, that I try to do, is to make sure that, I'm responsive to the chat, responsive to the audience, and anticipate so my lots get sold. Because for me, I don't like going through my time and not getting my lots sold. I like getting my lots sold. So even if it's not for a ton of money, I do want to be productive and efficient. And so that way it's seen that, okay, well, he's brought a good book, brought some good lots that worked. And I think that's always important. So
it was to your benefit that I brought those Thor books out on Saturday and nobody jumped on them.
It's not something that I don't plan on slabbing them. I like them. And as long as that's why I told you, I said, bring them Monday. And if you bring the rest out, and I'll let you know when I'm there, and you can pull them out. And so that way that at least there's someone who's going to bid for them. I didn't anticipate Jell Silversmith to be there for him. And when he got there, I was like, okay, now we're gonna have to work on it. But it worked out fine. But it's just because I know how you are. It's like you're not gonna pull that out and waste a round if you don't think it was gonna go for it. which is why you brought them out Saturday.
Yeah, I honestly didn't
around
think,
on Friday.
I seriously didn't think they wouldn't sell, but you know how often does somebody pull out some Silver Age Thor?
Yeah,
and
they look very good. They look like really, really decent Thor.
Yeah, they're
That's why I said, okay, fine, bring them out Monday. I'll let you know when I'm in the chat, and that way they'll at least I'll be able to get them at the price that you want to sell them at, and we can build from there. So it's what for Rated Roar. I mean, like I say, most of the time we don't get there in time to be able to share all the books.
Yeah, I don't.
But if there's something that's pretty big, yeah, then fine. I mean, I'll ask, because if one guy had I asked, he says, I got a Spawn #1 newsstand going up. Okay, well, we'll be waiting for that. And I'll wait for it, and I'll go ahead and bid on it if I know it's coming up. But if I didn't know, next just like if I bid for the FF48, and now I'm out of money, and I really could use the Spawn 1, then it's like, wish I'd known, and so I wouldn't have gone that crazy on this book and not have money for the other book. And that's what another thing I'll tell the chat I'll do. If I have a big book that I'm really trying to decide whether or not I'm going to put up or not, I'm going to preview it. I'm going to say, this is coming up in the next round or two, and it's not going to be cheap. It's going to start at this. Like I had I want to say Green Lantern 67, whatever the first appearance of John Stewart was. And I pulled that, it was raw, and I pulled it, I said, I'll put this up, but the starting bid is going to be at $600. Do you research?
For an auction? I mean, it was for an auction.
It was for an auction. Because I said, how often does that book cover come up?
I mean, you can find it on eBay and stuff like that.
But that's eBay. That's eBay. And you compete with millions of other people on eBay. Here's a chance for you in this auction of 100 to 200 people to have a chance for a big boy book like that can be yours in 3 days.
Yep.
Does not happen that often.
Tax-free in the mail and yours in 3 days. But the kicker is that it's priced correctly. You're not going to get it for steal. And I said, but I give you the opportunity that if you want me to put it up, then let me know. If you don't, that's fine. So the bigger books I will preview ahead of time, so that way they'll know. Okay, plan accordingly. Sometimes I'll do it at the very beginning of the auction, because I know I say, okay, I brought a big, I've got a good book. I'm letting you know it's there. I've even done auction preview videos where I'll do a video on my channel. So these are that's
books
what this started out being, right, Todd? That's what this started out being, right?
The first hour was.
Well, that's the whole thing, to give people a chance to say, okay, because you only got 3-minute rounds to try to, one, find out the book, look it up, see what it goes on eBay, decide, do you have the money to spend on it? Do you want to spend the money on it? And how much will you spend to get it?
Yeah,
that's a perspective, but like I kind of like the way the New York Warriors. I don't even like. I watch so many auctions, and I don't feel like I buy enough. But New York Warriors, they'll get a book like that and price it out, like starting price at $50 because they trust the auction process.
There's a big difference in theirs though, because they'll get like 150, 200 people every show.
Yeah,
and they've been doing it so long that they've built up this customer base of people that spend that kind of money. And it's the same way in the Savages, because they get a lot of the same people from the Warriors.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. Like if you go to my auction and you put up a $600 book for $50, you might not even get a bid on it, because people don't have a lot of money. They would be scared. Like if I bid on this, I'm not going to win it anyway. So I'm not even going to try.
But see,
then you'll have that one person that's like, there's no way I'm not going to bid on it. And so that one person will bid $50 and then probably win it for $50.
The two Thors in the lot we're talking about, I mean, I started them at $40, which is $20 a book, which is more like, it's not giving them away.
No,
but it's not nearly like full market value in terms of what you would pay if you walked into a comic book store. You know,
Well,
and as
HGM, let me ask you this. What do you think that book retailed, the Green Lantern book?
What would it retail for?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Like if you were buying it at a shop, you mean?
Yeah. Or what would be a comparable book on eBay? What would it be going for?
I don't know, because it's not, it doesn't come up.
If you didn't know, why did you price it at $600 to start with?
Because when I looked it up on Go Collect.
What issue is it?
Huh?
What issue is it?
I think it's 67. I think that's the one. Mm-hmm. First appearance of John Stewart.
White background.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I priced it at 6.0. And that's what I priced it at.
Graded or ungraded?
Go Collect just had a 6.0. Didn't do the grade or ungrade. Just at 6.0.
I think aren't their prices graded? I think
I don't know. I don't know. But the whole point is that if you want that kind of book, because again, it's the only time it's ever been up. I've never seen it up on anything else. If you really want it, then yes, you got to come up and play. But that's why I previewed it. So I said, let me know, because I'm not going to waste around if you don't want it. Now, to your point on the Warriors auction, I saw Thorough put up an ASM 301 by itself. Okay, got $400 for it. Mm-hmm. That was a book I really wanted. And I was bidding on it up until it got to $325. And then I was like, okay, I gotta step off of it, because that book in the 9.8 is a $1,500 book.
Yeah.
But the 9.6 is a $260 book.
Yeah.
Okay. The following week, okay, Lead puts up a 301 and a 361, and I got both those books for $250 total. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he priced. They both did the same thing. Started at $10, trusting the market to bring it up to the level that it needed to be. Mm-hmm. The problem was, Thorough got lucky. Lead did not. Yeah. So it both have their good points, and they can have their drawbacks.
Yeah. They're both good sellers, but Thorough's been doing it for such a long time, and I feel like his clientele and his word, means a lot to people. So if he's gonna grade it at this, that's what they expect. Yeah. And he's the first person to be like, you know what, if you don't think that my description was correct, send it back. I'll give you your money back.
I mean,
that says a lot.
Yeah, he's a straight up dude. Like I bought stuff from him before that when I got it, like it had things wrong with it that he didn't know about.
Yeah.
And I wrote him and like, yeah, you said it was this, but it's actually like way lower grade than that because of this on the back. He's like, I'll be honest with you. Like I got it and flipped it real quick. Didn't even look at the back. So he just gave me the book, gave me my money back. And it was like, it was a Wolverine 1 from the limited series signed by somebody. I can't remember who it was, but it was like not a cheap book.
Yeah.
But he was like, yeah, I feel bad. I usually check everything and I just forgot to check that one. He's like, go ahead, have your money back. And I bought a bunch of stuff from him since then and before then.
Also, Weapon X just confirmed that the Go Collect prices are CGC graded. And I think that it's specifically CGC, not CBCS or PGX either.
Okay. That's fine. But my point is that when I'm looking at a book in an auction, one of the factors has to be how often will you see that book come back? How many times have I seen it before?
Like that.
How many times do I see it come back?
But that type of book, I don't think that you're gonna wait for an auction. You're just gonna go on eBay or go to a store that you think has it.
My thing is this though: when you say it like that, like it suggests that the auction is the only place to find the book. Yeah. When I can tell you, you can tell me any book, and I can find it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you can
give me the most obscure, weird book, and I can find it.
Now let me go back to Thor. Let me go back to Thorough. Thorough has books that you cannot find. That's like, so he can ask whatever he wants.
There's
finds
nothing that you can't find.
Yeah, he's
Thor-
put up some
Thor-
books before that when he was like, "Yeah, you won't see this on eBay," and I went right to eBay and found him. He was doing a Darkwing Duck one time, and he showed this one in the background. And I'm not trying to rag on him or not. I have all
the yellow cover one.
It was one of them. I can't remember. He was just like, "I'm not going to sell this because I can't replace it."
Yeah, it was.
But I went to
one.
eBay, and there was like 2 or 3 of them on there. They were way more expensive than I would ever want to pay for a comic like that, but they were there.
Yeah,
And I think that's the main thing is like he wouldn't have been able to, in good conscience, sell that for what it would cost to replace it.
Yeah.
It wasn't that he couldn't ever find it anywhere, and that's the case with a lot of things. Like what Parker put up today. Parker put up the whole Venom run. He said, "I'll start it at $600." And the reason I'm going to do that is for me to replace all these, it's going to cost me $600. But people are asking for it, so I'm going to put it up here.
Did it sell?
Oh hell no! Nobody.
Yeah,
everybody
that's
laughed.
a weird reason to put something up for that much.
Well, it's because everybody you'll get people asking for we want to see Venom. Bring out that Venom 3, and it's like, okay, well I'll bring it out, but I'm going to sell it for what it's going to cost me to replace it. That was his thing on it, and it's like for me, if I'm going to sell a book, I don't care enough about it to replace.
There's no point to sell something for the cost of replacement. Then you're packing it and shipping it and doing the work for no reason.
Yeah.
It's a big exercise in futility.
Yeah.
Don't sell it if you're going to replace it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you get another one cheaper, then whatever.
HGM, did your Green Lantern sell, or you didn't put it up? Huh?
I didn't put it up
Okay.
because no one came back saying they wanted. Now, Aliens 1 was another one that I said okay because people say,
"Oh yeah, I just sold that book,"
and I was like, okay, well I've got Aliens 1, but it's going to be $400 starting bid. It's a beautiful copy. Guy came back and said, "Would you do it for $350?" And I said, "Okay, fine, I'll put it up for $350." So I put it up for $350. He bid $350, and I sold it for $350. But again, it got previewed ahead of time because again, I was like, I'd rather know ahead of time that someone has interest in the book than not. I mean, some people see. That's why you see. I have no background stuff. It wasn't that way, and I don't show books because occasionally once I accidentally showed my Hulk 181, 8.5. Next thing you know, people are like, "Well, how much for that? How much for that? How much for that?" And I was like, "Well, that's not going anywhere," because I said I was just showing it to somebody. How much for that? How much for that? I'll give you 5,000. 5,000.
What's up, Francisco?
Gonna take more than that. They're like, hey, come on, tell me how much. And I'm just like, yeah, you see, I don't want to get into that. So that's why I said the preview got better. I got better with the previews because I said, okay, well, if the auction's dead and people say they want big books, fine. I've got a big book here, sitting here. Let's see how big did you want it. I mean, I'm not going to give you some $3,000 book that's out there, but a few $100 if you're really interested and you want to do that. Yeah, Mr. Vampirella.
Yeah, I'm showing my buddy Francisco.
The softcore peddler. The softcore peddler.
I love that Art Adams one, man. That one's killer.
You show that to Shelby, man. It is nuts.
That comes out tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Dynamite. Did you get the Saddam covers?
I think you got them all.
Yeah, because that's the one I'm waiting for tomorrow, man. Get my Arthur Saddam.
Vampirella, like Red Sonja. I couldn't sell my Red Sonja lot because Shelby says, "Oh, she has too many clothes on." I'm like, seriously?
I mean, I got some pretty scantily clad Red Sonja, but I mean, she historically does wear like a chainmail bikini all the time. Yeah, that's the one. That's a dope book right there. There should have been a black and white one too, right? Did you get that?
I don't think I got the black and white of that one.
Yeah, I think the black and white. It wasn't an FOC, but it came out later. Like
this one. This is a 1 in 30.
Is that what those are?
That's what my
I
buddy
ordered that too, but it didn't show that it was a ratio, so I won't be getting that.
See, that's the Red Sonja I have. Fully clothed, nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, I got that one, and I got
time, different.
I guess there's certain characters people expect them not to be wearing clothes.
And I'm just going, okay, seriously? Okay, well, whatever. So Vampirella will not be coming out of my lots or anything like that. I'm just like, comics aren't porn, so But there's some guys that
Vampirello's not porn.
not according to Shelby.
Well, who's Shelby? He's not the
Shelby
only
Thompson.
thing.
Sheldon, isn't it Sheldon or Shelby?
Shelby.
Should be
Shelby, yeah.
Shelton.
Get some Cry for Dawn up in there.
Oh my god.
That's if anybody goes to play bingo on Friday, that's going to be going in there. That's one of the lots you can win. The Cry for Dawn.
What you do that with J Blitz?
The well, I don't do it with them. I go and play, but I'm donating those for one of the rounds. Like it's a community thing.
Okay.
Like,
All right.
anybody can go in there and play for free and win books for free. But you can donate, or you can donate books to win. You can donate money because it costs them money too.
Yeah. Whenever Todd pulls up his Vampirella or Red Sun, I just sit back. Say, here we go. Here we go. Here, Shelby.
They're asking
Shelby, put it in my box. Put it in my box.
Here's a good one though. This isn't nearly as like pornographic, but it's beautiful, man.
Oh, Adam Hughes, man.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, she's almost naked, but hey, you gotta enjoy that.
But she's getting dressed though.
Yeah, she's about to get clothed.
Yeah, so that counts.
All right. Well, I'll just keep looking at Power Girl if I need some kind of fix on that end.
Oh, you talking about regretting selling some books, man? I sold the first appearance of Power Girl. I sold it to Thorough, and I sold it right after I got it, and I think I sold it for like $60. Real nice, high grade copy too. And I miss that book now because it's worth a lot more money.
Underrated book for sure.
I sold it in a lot where I had
book
first and
hasn't
second appearance.
begin to spike yet.
Yeah.
I tried to sell that. I tried to sell that 58, 59, and 60 as a lot for $60. Didn't get a bid.
Really?
Did not get a bid.
Damn.
I'm sitting right here.
Wow.
That's why I was like,
hey, throw it up right now. I'm sure people will bid on it.
I know there's enough people in here like here.
no, Todd said it needs to be going. So I do want to respect our host.
I mean, Todd is the king of.
Todd lives in Vegas, dude. They don't sleep over there.
Well, we got to do another one of them pop-up auctions, man.
Todd has school, man. Todd has school. He's got his kids to teach.
Let's do one tomorrow night after Meta's auction's over. What do you say? I'm
done by 10:30.
See there you go. 10:30. You can hop on here. We can do one on your channel.
I'll do one on so.
No, he does say yes Saturday. Yes, Saturday.
Give me a second. I gotta talk to Francisco.
Oh, here you go.
So, I don't know. I got all of them. Francisco.
Just tell him to rewind this video. It's all there. That's how I saw them.
Vampirella, yeah. There's the model.
The cosplay one.
This one, whatever that
Who's
is.
that?
I don't know.
She's got way too much clothes on to be on a Vampirella cover.
Cool. That's a pretty cool one. You got Vampirella, the businesswoman.
Nice.
You got, it's like those are the tint and the monochromatic.
Is that the Perilla cover?
Yeah, the regular Perillo. And then I got
that's
this
the FOC. Well, that's the version of the FOC.
He's fighting some swamp monsters, and then that's I don't know. I like that one.
Man, how you get all them virgins are $50 a pop, man.
That's why he does auctions.
I got skills, baby. I got skills.
Because I want to get the versions of the Saddam covers, but I can't afford no $50 a pop. See, that's a good one. Was that a ratio or was that a regular one? Because I have that on my list too.
This, I think, was like an FOC or something, or a ratio.
Yeah, I have that on.
Generally, the ones I have two of are the regular ones. Like I got that virgin, and that's got another one of those. Maybe I had a couple of those virgins. I don't know. That one.
Jeez. See, I got a couple of those. The Red Sonja one.
Wasn't there an Art Adams one? I thought I saw that you showed it or something. No.
Which one?
The Vampirella?
There was a Spider-Man.
Oh, maybe that was it.
There's where is it?
Yeah, I missed the whole beginning part. We got done with my auction, and I had to go inside and hang out for a bit. And I came back out. There you were.
I was actually lurking in your auction. listening to what Shelby was saying. He didn't even reach out to me.
Oh, really?
That's the Art Adams Spidey. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that looks good.
I think we're just saying that though because we're our Adams fans. So
Did you see all the books I got? The Art Adams books I got?
I didn't.
I'm not
I don't
sure.
know. I didn't see any of them.
Here, I'll grab them and show you, and then we'll call it a night.
Preview number two.
This isn't a preview. This is
That's
the
1.5.
this is a peek into the where did that go? When I put them in the box, I don't put them in the box.
See, this is why when I get on a panel, we don't preview our stuff because we start flexing each other. Oh, you got this book. I got this book. I got this book. I got this book. And that's what he's doing. He's going back to find his.
No, I just got a bunch of Art Adams since.
Maybe check under your pillow.
Yeah, that's right.
Check on the ceiling. You might have it tacked up there.
Do your kids know that you collect comic books like this, Paul? Todd?
What? Oh yeah, I got a spinner rack in my classroom.
Okay.
The first
So
thing,
how do they like the Vampirella reads?
the first thing you see when you walk in my room is my Thanos poster.
I think they're wanting to know about the Vampirella more than the Thanos. They want to know the reaction of the children when they see
No, I
the
don't.
alien vampire bloodsucker.
No,
Look, that's not the stuff. I keep the Marvel. Listen, this is what I keep in the classroom: Marvel, DC, but older decent stuff like Infinity Gauntlet.
Yes.
I have like some Sergeant Rock stuff, some Elf Quest.
Gru?
I have your Usagi Yojimbo. I have the big thick trades. I have good stuff. Like they get educated. Like I got Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Spider-Man. I keep it well rounded. Teen Titans.
So I have a question for you when it comes to selling at auctions. The stuff that you're putting up to buy, like for auction, say, is that are you pulling that out of boxes of your already you have, or you buy it for the auction?
I buy stuff specifically for the auction because I don't want to sell my comic books.
Okay, so you don't have any you don't have stuff that you've had for a while, and you're just like, okay, I'm over this. I'm going to move this to get something new.
Sometimes I'll sell some stuff because like I know if like the Thors, for example.
Yeah,
I have a ton of that Thor stuff. I'm never going to complete that run.
that's where I'm at with X-Men. That's why I keep
need to have all of it, or can I move some and get some money and put it in something else?
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at with X-Men. Like I'm hanging on to everything that's from like 95 up, and anything below that, I decided I'll just start selling all that stuff off. Oh yeah, that's nice.
Emma Frost. Oh my God.
Got the Emma Frost from Art Adams. Then this was a throw-in. This is
oh wow, it's got the Spider-Mobile. I love that. Let me have it. Throw it in my box.
Oh, I love that one. That was awesome.
Baroness.
Yes.
Covered by Art Adams. This is a cool book. Out of this world.
Was that Bruce Timm?
Yep. Before
nice.
When he wasn't so animated. Not that that's a bad thing, but
dang, that's nice.
That's one you don't see too often.
I bet those are hard to find.
No, I've never seen that before.
It is. It's a tough one, but you can find it. Got a little Scarlet Witch action.
Nice.
And the coup d'etat.
Man, he's all about them busty chicks, isn't he?
Nice.
How do they fight like that? Like, there's no way they'd be fighting each other. They'd be bunking off on each other all the time. I'm gonna get you, but I can't reach you.
Hey Todd, do you have a first Vampirella?
No. I had. There was one I saw at a show. The guy wanted. I felt a little bit too much money, and I don't know. And the book wasn't really like kind of beat up. It was kind of beat up. If it had been a little nicer, I probably would have grabbed it.
What are they asking on it?
It was a couple $100. It was just a little more than I was like you know, it was like a well-read copy with like big color breaking creases across the cover, and like it was like at the bottom of somebody's basement for years, or you know, might have been a coaster a couple times.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like a well-read book. It was like an abused book. So I was just like,
Did it have sticky pages?
maybe
Married.
for
They call it married pages.
Oh yeah, they married. They definitely got married. Or they'd be illegitimate pages.
Only in Shelby's collection do we have the sticky page comic book.
So I heard that that Meta's going to do this Halloween auction. Are you going to preview the Halloween stuff? I want to see what you got. I'm a horror guy, you know, so. And I know you bring the fire. I want to see what you bring in.
I'm keeping my horror stuff.
Somebody's doing a horror auction. I think it's Shelby.
Shelby said that Meta was doing one on the day before Halloween.
He's doing one on Meta's auction. Shelby has his own.
Oh, so nobody else? He's going to be by himself dressed up?
He's not going to be by himself. I'm going to sell whatever I sell.
No, I'm saying he's going to be the only one dressed up, though.
Hey, Todd, you could go the horror route and just bring out horror books.
Yeah, bring horror books out. He'll bring out the horror, and you can bring the horror.
I don't have that many horror books. And
you just showed like 50 of them right now.
No, not horror books.
Horror.
Horror book.
Vampirella is not horror.
Like
horror.
He wants a WHORE or the
yeah. There you go.
Solid for
me. What's those?
Some horror books.
Ignoring.
So Shelby brings his little Tales from the Crypt. You know, then Todd will have.
It was just funny because we were talking about doing the symbiote one for like that week. You know, have a horror related one. But I don't know if it's going to happen. Like, I'm the same way. I don't like selling my horror books. So, and nobody traditionally in my auctions buys them anyway. I put up the whole Shaun of the Dead run this today. It's hard to find from IDW. All four.
The symbiote thing that you're talking about is that a club? It's a club.
Oh yeah. That's our Instagram club, the symbiote.
Oh, okay. Because I'm in the comic book fiend club, and I've been in there for 3 years.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. So how long have you guys been around for?
Just over a year, I think.
Oh,
I think we started it. I don't remember. It's been it hasn't been quite 2 years. It's been because I've been on Instagram for like 2 years, and I got on there a little bit after that. So,
okay.
You know, I know It's been over a year though. It's pretty fun though. Like a bunch of guys that all have the same mindset on the world. And we can sit there and like complain about stuff, and you know, no one can say we're wrong. We're never wrong in the club chat.
Do they go on late hours too, or the?
Oh yeah, there's people on there right now. Like we got people all over the world. Like, well, not totally the world, but like we got a dude that lives in Guam. So like when it's 7:00 here, it's like 9 a.m. there. So like he's always on in the middle of the night, and we have all kinds of different collectors. You know, we got people like me that hit the dollar bins, and we got other people that like buy fine art, and so it's like all across the board. You know and it's fun, and we're all like brothers, and it's great.
I'm gonna make a call for a last call.
All right.
So we'll go around if you want to say anything before we sign off. HGM.
You know, Todd, it's been a pleasure being on these with you. This is my second time with you. Always wanted to do it, and very glad you finally invited me to it. Hope it's been as enjoyable for you as it has been for me.
Absolutely. Completely.
You know, it's a great opportunity to meet Barbarian and Comics on the Edge again, and the people in the chat, and exchange ideas about this hobby that we like so much. And so my hope is to be on this more often with you. So I'm looking forward to Thursday, and possibly Saturday being able to sell some stuff as well. Mm-hmm. And just to enjoy the hobby, and you have a good night, and your kids, and hopefully you will still continue to tell the Neutron story to people, and hopefully I can get my lab coat at some point in time.
I'm talking to my apparel people.
There we go.
Well, you need a lab coat.
We're
I
gonna
don't
get.
know if I can sneak one out of my work or not, but if I can,
people can look.
Oh, I can get them. It's not a problem.
See, and Todd, people can look at us since we're on the same level right now, and see the only difference between you and me is a thin little bit of hair, and I'm a little more tan.
Other than that, we're twins.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
I couldn't tell the difference between y'all when you first went live. I was like,
barely like, wow. Okay,
it's like, Todd, where did the bed go? I thought the bed was behind you.
There you go.
That's
Well, I appreciate you having me on tonight. And anytime you go late and you go live, you hit me up if you want some company, because I'm always up here.
And I always love talking to you. You know that.
Yeah, man. If I can't, I'm always going to be in the chat. And to Marshall Lewis, I agree.
Marshall's awesome.
Man of many words.
Comics on the Edge. Anything you want to say before we?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm glad I jumped on here. You guys are really cool dudes and stuff, and it's kind of weird.
Yeah, you gotta get there.
Oh, your fist is so big.
It's kind of cool to see how much you've grown lately, Todd. Not physically, but just your channel alone.
Yeah, man. I think I appreciate you saying that. It's
going by pretty fast, though. I feel. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, I don't even think you had your own auction, right? Like,
well,
that was fun.
Things happen. Things happen, and sometimes you're given I haven't been, believe it or not, I'd like to think I haven't been really aggressive about this. I've kind of like gotten into it, let things happen organically. I mean, I'm still doing my Monday, Wednesday, Friday auctions.
Yeah, but even with the auctions, though, you didn't always do them, right? I mean, didn't you start doing it after Meta had to jump off that one day?
Right on my own
channel, yeah.
So that was kind of cool. I mean, it opened up a lot of things.
Look, I'm agile. I'm a quick thinker, and I was mid-lot with somebody, and I was like, let's just take it over to my channel.
Yeah, you heard of making.
I upgraded the StreamYard. I got the little logo.
And let me tell you, I'm so glad that you did it instead of AKRM or whatever, because his camera is just like,
he's a nice guy. I like AMKM. I got no beef with him. He's a good guy, but I wanted to bring it to my channel. That was and I offered, and
it was genius. I was so happy.
That's what happened.
I don't ever get to hang out with you selling comics no more, because all big shot now. You don't want to come and slum it down there at the Symbiote auction no more.
I'm not a big shot.
And for unspoken reasons, I'm not going to be selling.
Dude,
on
we can speak. We just have to speak one-on-one.
But
it's
fun.
I'll tell you exactly what you want to hear. You know that.
I'll butter you up any way you need me to.
But it's been a pleasure to kind of see how much your channel has grown, and how interactive you are with people, and the fact that you can just have a stack of the same issues and just be like, look, I'll just charge you guys cover price. Me and you talked the other day, and you got me a book I've been looking for. That was awesome. I mean, I really appreciate it. Thank you for that.
He did the same thing with me. I've been wanting that Alias 1 forever, and
I guess it's going to show up. That's the book that he sold me.
No, not Alias.
No, I'm just kidding.
That's why I haven't seen it yet.
He has like 10 copies. That's why.
It's going to get...
Yeah.
But like, no worries.
Anybody out there that's interested in haul videos, that's what my channel is about. I love doing haul videos. I dig a lot, so I do find a lot of like pretty cool stuff. If you're into that, I do haul videos, CGC videos, and stuff like that. So I'm like 14 away from like 300. Which is nowhere near what you guys have, but
I don't have much more than that. I've been on YouTube for like 3 years now. And I barely have more than that.
Dude, listen, I was at 300 not so long ago, or even under 300. I mean, look, the first auction I did was like June 1st, and
did you zone out there?
It's up there. It's up there behind me on top of 2 comic boxes.
Oh, okay.
I gotta show it now.
Oh, okay. Where's the laundry basket?
Yeah,
Right.
There's always one in here.
Okay.
Gotta have clean clothes.
Hey, understand. Not a problem.
What kind of savage doesn't do laundry? But no, I mean June 1st. So June, July, August, September, it's October. So I've been doing the auctions for 5 months.
Killing it the whole time, man. Raising the bar.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, man. When I saw one of your auctions, you were putting up bangers. Like, normally you go on auctions and there's just people selling the shit that they don't want. Well,
I love comics, so I don't buy stuff. Even if I'm buying it just to flip, I will only buy stuff. I will only get stuff I like.
Yeah, I hate doing that. I hate going out and buying stuff that I don't like.
Unless like I absorb my collection or something.
That's like the stuff I always end up getting stuck with. Like this week in particular, this is like the first week I ever went out and bought a bunch of DC stuff because people have been asking, for DC in the bin auctions or the bin sales, and so I went out and bought a bunch of DC. I really hope I don't get stuck with all that stuff, or somebody's getting one of them freaking $10 fill the box.
Did you buy any Superman?
Just a couple because no one likes Superman.
You got to find people that like Legionnaires that much to bid on them.
Right. What DC did you buy?
What did I buy?
Yeah, what DC did you buy?
I bought a bunch of Batman. I bought some Green Lantern, some Flash, mostly like number ones and stuff that looks cool. Like that's what I tell people. I don't read DC, so I just don't know enough about like what book is what. Like, why is this storyline important with this? Like, I don't know any of that stuff. I read Marvel and Indies, but I can look at a cover and be like, that's dope.
You know it, OG.
I bought a bunch of like Supergirl bondage covers where she's tied up on stuff, or like she's. There's one, I forget which number it is, but she's tied to a pole with fire all around her where they're going to burn her like a witch. And like, I like Golden Age, so I like bondage covers and good girl art and stuff like that. So
I honestly would tell you, people can smell through the shit.
Oh, I tell them. It ain't no bullshit. I tell them every time. I don't know shit about this.
Honestly, for me, I'm like Todd. I like what I buy when I bring to auctions.
Yeah,
because I mean, they'll know if you bought something just for the auction.
Oh yeah.
Just to sell the auction, they'll know it, and they'll know. As I said, get this shit out of my house box. That's
but that's not what this stuff is, though. This is where people you got people in almost every sale asking for Batman, and I don't have it for them.
And they may ask, but again, it's okay. What Batman do you want? Do you want Golden Age, Silver Age? Do you want Modern? Do you want
exactly? But I'm putting them up for $2 or $1, like $3 at the most. Oh my god!
I'll honestly tell you, unless you know the Batman, if they're asking for this current run, this is the Joker War Batman. Maybe
I grab all the coolest covers I can find.
Yeah,
some of it sells. I mean, the people speak. They tell me. I listen to them as far as like I buy what the people in my sales. What they're buying is what I bring to them, and it's like like I was just joking pretty much, but like the stuff that I'm buying for them, like if I get stuck with it, it's fine. I don't really care that much because, like I said, I'm buying covers I think look cool and all that. And at the end of the day, like if I do end up having a bunch of stuff, then I'll fill a medium box, and sell it for $10, and then somebody's gonna get a bunch of good books for $10.
Yeah, I mean, I've offered just to put a box together and sell it of all the back issues, a ton of back issues I got in my garage.
Yeah. I've been noticing a lot of people doing that lately. Actually, they just fill up a box and.
Oh yeah,
as long as you're upfront about it, that's the main thing. Like, don't say like the 40/40 boxes. That's a great idea. It's $1 a book basically. Well, it's not even $1 a book. It's 40 books, and you're only paying. What is that? It's like $25 for the books and $15 for the shipping.
Yeah.
So you're almost paying, 50 cents a book, but
Yeah.
don't fill it up with freaking plasma force, whatever it is, number one and all the just crap. Like that's not cool.
Yeah. Give some value.
Yeah, like what I'm talking about, like it's all going to be Marvel or DC is the stuff. I just sold 2 of them last week, and it was all new Marvel, a bunch of variants. But it was stuff that wasn't selling for $2, and I'm not going to waste my time putting it up for $1. So I just fill the box and say screw it, take the whole box.
Right. Well, Todd, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I'm gonna hop off now. I guess you need to try getting some pajamas or something like that.
Yeah, I probably had to use the restroom.
Yeah, so
He's going to fill his laundry basket.
All this Vampirella talk.
I needed some Todd time.
Don't mock me when I leave. I'm not that far away. I heard it. You dirty, rotten scoundrels.
Hey, where did all your Vampirella books go?
Boy, that was fast Todd time.
I don't know what you did. So anyway,
so before we leave, we got this exclusive cover coming in. So I'm gonna let you watch the 17 of you that made it this long. I'm gonna play this commercial for you.
You're gonna go back. It's gonna go down to 12 right now.
Let's see.
This commercial's kind of long, just saying.
I didn't want to click it and make it play again. We still got 17. So if anybody's interested in that exclusive, you can let me know too. I can help you out. Just saying.
Hey Todd, I would like to know what Marshall Lewis thought about that video.
It's either going to be a thumbs up or LOL. It was an LOL. Look at that.
Todd's got to pay the bills.
Hey.
I'll hit you up a month after they come out, and if you got any left, then we'll talk.
We'll see.
Yeah.
How many did you guys have to order?
It's a limited to 1,000, so we got
1,200.
No, on Virgins and Trades, I think we have 300 sets, and then there's a third cover we're getting done, but I'm not sure about that yet.
So you don't have the whole it's not exclusive to y'all?
Yeah, it is.
So if it's limited to 1,000, then shouldn't you have 1,000 copies?
Right, but it's 1,000 books.
Oh, so you're getting 300 of one cover, 300 of the trade, and another. What would that be?
It might be we're doing 400,
400.
and we're holding we're only trying to pre-sell. I don't know. I'm not I don't have my hand in every pot.
You better keep that cookie jar under lock and key, buddy.
Yeah,
tell you, man. No, I'm just joking. That's cool, man. I hope it does good. I really do. Like the Symbiote Club, we did an exclusive when Resonant first came out, and it was limited to 250, and we were selling them for $10 each. If anybody is interested in them, we still have about 240 left. No, we have less than that, but we do. And all the money, it was all for charity. Like we were giving all the money away. So it's cool though. I have a comic that is exclusive,
Yeah, that's definitely cool because the Fiend Club has exclusives as well. I think we
Y'all
went,
do the pan like the
4 of
Winnie
them.
the Pooh covers things, don't you?
Yeah, that the artist Myra Michaels, he that those are his characters, so
Yeah.
we use those characters. But yeah, we I think all of ours are sold out. I mean, you
Right
can
on.
find them at conventions and stuff like that, but
That's awesome.
we don't have any more, just the ones that we bought.
Yeah.
All right, Todd.
Okay, guys. So
I'll be lurking tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you to the
And,
17 of you who stayed strong with us to the very end. You know where to find me. Tomorrow will be at the auction on Wednesday. Thursday, Comics on the Minds channel at 9 p.m. Teachers Lounge. My buddy HGM will be joining me. My buddy Shelby will be joining me. I'll be there. Comics on the Mind will be there. Friday, back at the auction. Saturday, back at the auction on my channel. Gorilla Todd Comics Comic Book Bonanza. Auction and claim sale. Can I
And
pick
you
up
have,
your
and you
name?
have stickers for sale.
And I have stickers. working on t-shirts and hoodies and hats.
The only
Like
man,
Gorilla Todd's comics in the mix.
that loves looking like a gorilla. That's the only guy I know that loves looking like a gorilla.
Lab coats.
The your other show you do with the teachers, what's it called again?
Teachers Lounge.
Teachers Lounge. So after your last show, Comics on the Mind hit me up, and we are just talking. He's a really cool guy.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And we've seen each other for so long in the chats because our names are like almost alike.
Yeah.
And this is like the first time we actually talked. So that was kind of cool.
Tricky wants me to tell you that it's a long ass ad.
No,
Yeah, I unclicked my mic and I said, "This is a long ad."
Well, what can I tell you? Gotta pay the bills.
yeah, playlist.
It's all good, man. I could never make anything.
Once every round on the metaphysical auction. Once every round, it's going to be playing. So
Metaphysical.
No, he doesn't play it that much.
oh
every third auction.
Yes,
Be nice.
I'm just being factual. I'm not being factual. I'm not saying whether he should or shouldn't. It's his channel.
Do you have a log that represents that?
No, I do believe HDM Law because he lurks in the background.
I do.
I'm literally there selling.
And he's a man of facts. As a lawyer, you are a man of facts.
But Todd,
he's gonna have his facts straight.
every once in a while, Todd, the thing will pan wide and you're on your phone. Or doing something. And that's fine.
What do you want me to do between rounds? There's a lot of downtime.
Yeah, what are you on, Tinder or something?
Oh yeah, Tricky Trapster. I saw that. I appreciate you looking for it, man.
Usually, honestly, when I have nothing else to do, I'm playing this game where I kill. Watch. I'll show you. It's pretty cool.
My kids play phone games.
Virus War.
Okay.
All right.
And then and I play this one. It's called Demolish. Sometimes you just need thoughtless stuff.
Sometimes
You get to demolish the building with catapults.
Have you ever seen the phone game that you play where you dig a trench through the dirt and make the ball fall into the cup?
That sounds pretty cool.
I literally went down a rabbit hole and played that for like 9 hours straight when I was at work one day. And it's just like you just swoosh and the ball falls and you hope that it lands in the cup.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second, I gotta stop, and I deleted it from my phone. Like, I've been doing this for 9 hours.
So Barbarian. Apparently, Tricky Trapster says that he does not have those Silver Surfer issues that you've been looking for.
Yeah, I got you. I saw that. I appreciate it, man.
So
I appreciate you looking for me. I actually, one of the dudes from the club found a bunch of them for me. So I got to update that list now. I think I only need 3 now.
Todd, you just gotta hit the kick him out.
Yeah.
You just gotta kick him
So
out.
good night, everybody. It's been great. I love that 17 you have stayed this strong. But good night.
Time to go.
Tomorrow.
All right. We'll see you.